Hey, hello, and welcome, everybody. Today is Thursday, and this is my Thursday afternoon hangout. How's everybody doing out there? Let's see who we got in chat. I'm just live on YouTube today. I am not on Facebook or on Twitter. Hello, Matt German. How you doing? Non-fam, how you doing? How's it going? DB3D Dan. Hey, Dan. Richard Pryor. Hello, Richard. Kenny Briggs, hello. Travis Stamper. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, it's going to be, I'm going to do a hangout today for like, I don't know, 2 to 4 hours, something like that. I usually try not to go over 4 hours on a hangout. And I've got one person already here that like to pop in. It's real late where he is. I got James from Honey Badger. Hey, James, how's it going?
Hey, guys. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah, just rearranging stuff here. I took my TV up off the shelf. I took it down. I got it close here in front of me. It's a 32-inch. I ordered an adapter off Amazon so I can turn that into a monitor. So when I'm here working on whatever, I can either watch TV, monitor my cameras around the property, or I can make it a monitor. So, hey, Michael Castle, how you doing? So what do you got going on?
So I, at the moment, am putting this 3DQ and the Ender 3 through its paces, trying to see how it does, doing some sort of stuff that's useful to me. So I've already got sort of a handful of calibration cubes and sort of the obligatory benchy boat thing. But then I've also got, if we come down, so I've also got sort of a variety of sort of more tabletop stuff.
Cool. Nice.
And then obviously we've actually got the 3DQ system over here. And at the moment that's doing a bust.
Explain how that works again for those people that don't know.
Yeah, so it's an Ender 3. It's got a Raspberry Pi attached, and you put this new bed on, and they send you the parts to tilt it at a 45-degree angle. The whole concept is that you can queue up all of your prints. So you queue up, say, 5 prints, and then as this print finishes, the tool head goes over, will knock this print off, and will automatically start the next one. So the whole idea is that you can continuously print with no human interaction. So
the ZYLTECH doesn't hit the print; it's on the other side, or
so the tool head does like a tool path up and down, like a sweeping motion to clear the previous print, so that it can so you can do the next one basically.
What were those parts you just held up to the screen before I made you big?
These are from a Patreon. They're just little tabletop things. They're sort of what you'd probably class as detritus. So it's like where are we? A little stack of books.
Oh, cool.
Like a wizard's desk.
Oh, wow.
With sort of stuff on it.
What kind of resolution is that? Like 1 millimeter?
1.6.
Oh, wow.
1.6, and then the finish on the bottom is the same sort of finish you would expect if you had glass.
It looks like glass. That's really nice.
Yeah. So you're getting like a little throne, which again, a glass finish on the bottom.
I need to start doing minis. I need to, obviously I've got a problem with size, but
yeah, I also have a problem with size. At least with minis, you can have a lot of them and they don't take up a lot of space.
Hey, Betty, how you doing?
I have a lot of so the build surface. DB3 Dan, the build surface isn't a PEI. I thought it was. It isn't. So basically, you take off the glass or the magnetic one or whatever that you had.
Wow.
Hey, Moses.
Thank you very much. That's awesome. $49 towards my Prusa Mini. Thank you very much. You're awesome. If you was here, I'd give you a hug. Thank you. Really awesome. Thank you, sir.
So the PEI, the sheet that's on there, it's a proprietary sheet. They haven't told me what it's made of. It's like a PEI sheet in so much as it's plastic. And then as the machine cools, the print just seems to release off of it. What's at the entry? Oh, okay. Sorry, it's the oil noses. So what's weird as well is you don't use any adhesion agents. So you don't use glue stick, you don't use hairspray, you don't use anything, and it just works. I don't think it works that way. It's Jerry's channel, not mine.
I'm looking at the comments here.
But yeah, so it's a really interesting system. It's ultimately, so they've got about 10 enders. They've had those running continuously for 1,000 hours, and they've had 99.9% uptime. They had one clogged nozzle on one of their machines that they had to go in and change, but no human interaction throughout those periods at all. So no clearing the build plates, nothing. So you could, they're working on a plugin, it's a proprietary Raspberry Pi OS. So they're not using Octoprint or Octofarm or anything else. And they're working on plugins to things like Etsy stores. So you would sell something on Etsy, it would immediately go into your build queue of your pre-sliced models, and then it would print that on the next available machine, and then it would come off and it would go into your inventory for you to be able to then ship it out wherever you were going. It's interesting. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I've got some pictures here I can pull up. I'll show them again later because as people come in and out of the stream watching it, but I've been doing some rearranging. Let's see, where's the one I want to show? I think it's that one. No, that's not the right one. But anyway, that's just a picture of my mess in the background. Where did the picture go? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I took my TV set off the shelf up behind me that was up real high when I monitor my cameras out front or anything. And I ordered an adapter off Amazon so I can have 3 monitors once I get that adapter. But that's where I'm currently setting. I have a ring light, and I've got my Brio camera mounted right behind the ring light. You can see there in the picture. And that's my friend's S5 that I've been working on for the last probably 3 weeks. I finally got the filament run out sensor to partially work. I'm not getting an error on the touch screen currently. When I try to do a print, it doesn't say no printer attached anymore. So I solved that. I just got to get it to respond properly and hopefully get that back to him in the next couple of days. But yeah, it's got a 500 by 500 by 500 build volume. And yes, my desk is a mess there. So anyway.
Yeah, mine's a train wreck at the moment as well. Whilst I'm mine between projects, I've just finished up my my Tooth Fairy model, which let me see if I've got.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. That is really awesome. It's gross and scary and cool, and it's really neat when people can take something that they make and they can make it look gross. I mean, real, like movie quality real. Like that thing might really be in your closet and want to crawl up under your bed or something.
Just see if I can grab some photos because my cable's not long enough. So I can sort of, I can show it up there. So that's the Tooth Fairy. The cable's not long enough on my the cable's not long enough on my webcam to go around and look at it. But hold on, I'll grab some pictures that I've got of it.
And here's my mascots again. If you guys have never seen it, there's my 2 dogs. That's Sandy and Nikita. So, and they're currently laying near my feet. One's on each side of me. Yeah, quite often when I'm streaming, Sandy will kind of jump up on my lap and stick her head up here on the counter and see what's going on. Yeah, but anybody in a chat, if you'd like to drop in, you're very welcome to do so. There's a link there. Let's see. All righty.
So that's the finished model.
It reminds me of Jerry Lewis, a monster version of Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's it ended up way bigger than I wanted it to be. So that's at 100% of the size of the original model that was sent to me. That's not the size they are in the film. In the film, they're probably about 1/3 of the size of that. I wanted to do it smaller. There's actually a base that's supposed to come on as well, and I just did not do the base because it would have taken up too much filament and space. But the wings are really, really thin. So I printed them in white filament, and like you could still see my fingers passing behind it. So if I shrunk down the wings anymore, they weren't printable because they were already at 100% scale. They were already sort of only really one layer thick. So so scaling it down really wasn't an option. So yeah, so that doing the wings and everything. I tried to get iridescent, like a pearlescent.
Yeah.
I did color shift paints, and if you sort of move your head, then they came out quite nicely.
Yeah, I don't think I have any color shift paints. I need to get some.
Green Stuff World.
And then my wife will say, "Why? You don't paint anyway." Well, I don't paint much, but
yeah, Green Stuff World. So they're a Spanish company. They do some beautiful color shift paints, really nice metallics. That's what I did my mermaid statue. That's what I did my mermaid statue in, and I love the colors that it gives.
And for those that are watching, here's my mic setup I'm currently using. A friend of mine, Zolan, that streams most of the time, almost every week. He referred me to this over on Amazon. It was under $50. It was like $45, $46. And it's not a $200 setup, and it seems to be working fine. I mean, when I streamed last week for 4.5 hours, the battery was charged up. It was down to 1 bar and still working good. And also last week, I went out to check the mail, and I guess I got as far as the gate out front by the street, and then it cut out. But it's got a good range. It works fine. So, and there is a lapel mic. I just haven't used it yet. Tried it with a lapel. That's why I got this boom up on by my mouth. But working really good.
Yeah, we've tried. Start painting more. You've got enough to choose from behind you.
Yeah, I've got stuff in the spare room. I got like my little Etsy room where I've got a lot of stuff in there just piled on a table, and most of my stuff is displayed. I got a few things in boxes here, and then I got way too much stuff. I've definitely got a problem. So
I've got there's so many things that I've got like a midway through projects. So I've got the hey German,
how you doing?
So I've got the Jenny printer back there, which blew up on me last year, and I had to completely gut it and redo all the electronics for it. And to be fair, it's actually done. It's just the extruder motor's turned the wrong direction, which is a super easy fix. But I lost all passion for it. So even though I know it's a super easy fix, I still haven't done it. So.
Yeah, before the stream, I got my wife she grabbed her phone. I sent her the link, and I got her to briefly come in when I was offline, and she got to experience what it's like to be on camera. So one of these days, if she's ever motivated, maybe she'll say, "Hey, honey, send me the link," and then she can pop in and talk to everybody. But we'll see how it goes. Like most people, I don't know about it, most people, but a few people I know, their wives don't get involved in their hobby. They don't want to hear about it. And they say, all you ever do is talk about your hobby, so why do you even talk to me? So...
Yeah. My wife I think she hates the content more than anything else. So she's not really big into Marvel and comic books or fantasy or any of that sort of stuff. She just likes Disney and things like that. So I don't do any Disney stuff.
I've done a little bit more rearranging. I mean, it's still a mess, but I haven't went through all the bins and drawers and separated and organized, but I've got it, a little better. And
how are you getting on with the Mandalorian helmet?
Yeah, I got that from Nico, and I never have finished it. I printed it. I got a lot of sanding work to do on it, and it's kind of been sitting there for 2 weeks. I've got another shield sitting in front of it that I bought off Amazon that I'll cut down to glue in it, hot glue it. And most of those spools are under half a roll. They're all like quarter spools, the majority of them. I've got probably 4 or 5 full boxes of filament up there. And then I got a couple I'm testing for a company.
So I really wanted to get. Have you seen the palette? The palette Pro now, I suppose what it is.
It's like $800, and they're so.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my friend has got one. I was under the impression that the point of a palette was that it welds the filament together at a certain point. and then goes through. So I thought, one, it would be a fantastic way to use up old filament. Like if you've got multiple spools, then it feeds in from each one, and it could use them all up.
We got another guest coming in. One second, please. We got another guest popping in. Hey, Zach,
What's
how you
up,
doing?
guys?
What's going on?
Stuck in traffic.
Uh-oh. Where you at?
Yeah.
Where you live at?
I live in Hampton Roads area of Virginia.
All right.
Trying to cross the Chesapeake Bay, and some idiot caught their car on fire is what it looks like from the traffic cams.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, they caught their car on fire?
Best I can tell.
There's a lot of steps to that happening, surely. That's not just
I'm sure it was a wreck, a collision, but yeah, I pulled up the traffic cam. All I could see is a huge plume of smoke coming from my side of the bridge. So,
where are you headed home right now from work?
Yeah, I'm headed home from work.
Okay.
I'm probably here another 30 minutes.
Well, I'll be streaming anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. So later, maybe you're welcome to drop in.
Yeah, I'll swing by. In the meantime, I'm going to hang out now.
All right, no problem. So James, what were you saying when I interrupted you?
I don't remember. Oh, yeah, the palette thing. I thought the whole point of it was that because it welded the filament together, it got rid of purge blocks. But it doesn't. It's still got a purge block. So I don't really understand. I don't really understand what the point of the thing is. If you still got a purge block.
How often have you worked with multi-extrusion printers?
So I've played about with an MMU on a Prusa. I've had a 2-in-1 out on a. It was a ZYLTECH A20M or something like that, and then the Jenny printer is actually dual nozzle, dual extrusion. So I played that a bit, but not loads.
The biggest major problem with multi-material printing is if there's more than one nozzle, they have to be perfectly level. The bed has to be square. You can't use any kind of tilt adjustment because then you'll be running a nozzle off center like that. Yeah. And you have to be able to cool and control the ooze on the non-functioning nozzle.
Yeah.
The advantage of the palette is you get 4 colors out of one nozzle, and you don't have to change any of your hot-end hardware. So, like if you've got your machine printing absolutely perfect out of one nozzle, you just throw that palette on it, and then you've got multicolor, and you don't have to worry about figuring out how to put more than one nozzle on your printer. You don't have to calibrate it again. That's the big thing with palette. It's, in my opinion, I like it a lot, but the price they want is entirely too steep.
Yeah. The problem is so if you take take the new Ultimakers, right? They do it by, they have retractable cores. So if you're whatever one you're printing on, it removes the other core. But the issue I have with and I have it with the Jenny printer as well, is that if I'm actually doing multi-material printing rather than multi-color printing, I have issues with the 2 nozzles, because multi-material implies that you're probably using, I don't know, PLA and PVA. So PVA for supports, and then you're doing PVA, PLA for your core. But they require different temperatures, but the heating blocks are literally next to each other. So keeping one cooler than the other is like, it's just, it really.
Well, if they're not touching, you can always put a silicone sock on it, which works as a pretty good insulator.
What about that 3D Chameleon, the green hot end? I think it's resin printed. It's got like 4 colors going in it, depending on what you pay. What do you guys think about that? I think it's called the 3D Chameleon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's a filament switcher setup, kind of like the MMU.
Yeah,
it relies on full retracts and reloads.
Yeah, and then it's
got automated filament swapping, basically.
Yeah, it builds it into the G code. So one tap over to the left gets you extruder 1. One tap over to the right gets you extruder 2. Double tap extruder 3. I think they've got to like 8 extruders or something, because they could do the Y-bed taps as well.
I'm thinking for the price, that might be a better way to go for most people that can't afford to spend $700 or $800.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: I'm trying out the BMG X2M, the dual mosquito Bondtech extruder on my work printers. I like the fact that the tolerances of the mosquito are such that I feel you can get a good consistent nozzle height. And since both hot ends are exactly the same and they're that consistent, I feel like that eliminates the issue you run into with nozzle height adjustment. So I'll see how that goes. But you were saying how Ultimaker does their secondary nozzle. It's funny you mentioned that because that's how Stratasys does it on their Fortis machines.
Yeah. Which is probably where they got it from. To be fair.
Yeah.
They're probably just waiting for that.
I'm not gonna lie. I've dreamed about designing my own system that does that. That may end up happening one day.
Well, see, there's the other options.
Artist D looks really cool. JG Maker, the dual heads that just got released.
Yeah, it's just an IDEX, and again, it's the same issue because you're still on the same x-axis. In fact, if anything, it's harder because you've now got two independent extruders that move on exactly the same x-axis, so you've got no real way to physically adjust them unless you create something inside of the tool head that allows you to move the nozzle, moves the actual, basically the heat break up and down, which is not a fun thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, IDEX is. So I've used the Craftbot, and it's good. It's a good machine. The mirror mode is kind of cool. If you only ever want to use half your bed, then the mirror mode is useful. I've got down the shop. We've got an E3D tool changer. That's much better. That's a fantastic because it's not just changing material; it's the ability to change complete tool head.
Yeah.
So you can go from a BMG over to a Titan to a CNC to a laser to whatever, and it's good.
Something with that, you could have an independent Z-axis for just a tiny touch plate, and as long as whatever tool you were using was electrically grounded, you could use a ground loop type end stop where you basically just wire the ground of the tool to the signal pin on the end stop and then ground out the plate. And you could, independently of the Z movement, you could home each tool after it's picked up.
So like a cross between a CNC machine and
right.
The Lowesbots do it, don't they? That's how the Lowesbots do their 4-point leveling when it touches.
Yeah, a lot of printers use that. The first time I ever saw that was the first printer I ever had, XYZ DaVinci 1. It did better with 3 points hitting touchpads. The Fusion F10 does that. I
had the Taz.
Hold on, guys. I got a call.
No worries.
Right. I'll be back.
I had the Taz 5, the Lowesbot Taz 5, and it does that. It touches 4 corners. The problem that you have with that, and the problem that the Lowesbot had, was that if your nozzle wasn't perfectly clean and you'd had any ooze, then the plastic insulated the nozzle tip, and then when you touched the corners, the bed level failed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tried to solve it by having like a wipe pad on the left-hand side, but it just meant you had to hope that it got from 1 to 4 with no ooze, despite the fact that you had to heat the tool head to allow it to go and do its probing stuff.
All right, we got another person dropping in here. It's Kenny Briggs. Hey, Kenny, how you doing?
Good. You, Jerry?
Oh, real good. Are you at work right now?
Yep, I'm at work.
All righty. I hope your boss don't get mad that you're on camera there.
Oh, she's also on camera.
All right. Oh, she's at home, so you're video chatting with your wife while you're talking to us. All right.
No, she's in Minnesota taking care of the grandkids.
Oh, okay.
Jerry, the one that helped with my 3D printer.
Cool. How's business today? You got customers coming in and out?
Yep, it has been all day, steady.
Yeah, Kenny, if your business is over in the UK, that would be really awesome because they've got buried treasure everywhere for the last 1,000 years. And here in America, I mean, it's pretty barren.
Oh yeah,
Well, it looks good. Came out nice.
yeah, it did.
Yeah, I remember last week for quite a while now, your Ender 3 V2 you've been having a lot of trouble with. And on the live stream last week, a bunch of people helped you get it up and running, and you finally got some prints out of it. That's looking awesome.
Yeah, my at 3 o'clock. Well, it should be done by now. I'm also doing a pro pointer, pin pointer for metal detecting, holder for the shaft of the detector. That was at home printing.
There he is. He's back.
Yeah, my wife is calling me asking how my waiting was going. I told her I'm still waiting. I checked the traffic cam. It nothing looks different. I'm gonna be here like forever.
Yeah, Kenny, for the last 4 years on all the stuff you see behind me, I left my printers running 24/7. I never shut them off. I mean, when I was printing one thing after another, they all had thermal runaway. So if there ever was to be a problem, they would shut down. And I've never had an issue because I have a friend here in town that only prints on the weekends or at night who will not randomly just print. And anyway, hey, we got a new special guest here. Sam, the real apprentice, is here. Hey, Sam, how you doing?
I'm very good, Jerry. How are you, sir? You all right?
Real good. Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, sir. Sorry about all the. I've had a real kind of manic couple of days and stuff, and in fact, a couple of weeks. So it's been, it's been traumatic. But we're starting to ground again. So hope you're well, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah,
Yep,
you're
we're
over in the
doing
UK,
good.
right?
I am in the UK. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Let me make you full screen for a minute. You can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Good God.
Okay, so I around about 4 years ago, I started a hobby, which was basically robot building, and it's led into a variety of different things, which have included working with Lucasfilm and Disney on the Rise of Skywalker film, and yeah, just kind of doing a load of crazy stuff like red carpet events and TV and film and all sorts of stuff, really. So, and that's just the hobby. So, but yeah, I've got to the point, I think, Jerry, where it's kind of taken over my life a little bit, and maybe I need to look myself in the mirror and understand exactly what's going on. But it's been a cool journey so far. So, yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, you've got a lot of droids there. How many R2D2s do you have?
I have got 3 in this room, and there's another one in the garage, and I'm in a state of flux at the moment because this is kind of the printing room, but it's also kind of the man cave, and yeah, so stuff needs to come out of here, and hi Betty, and the printer room needs to probably be in the workshop. So that's the next thing, and I've probably got about 8 or 9 printers in here as well. So
oh wow,
it's at a nice heat at the moment.
Awesome. Yeah, I've seen you. I've checked out your webpage, and I've seen you on Instagram, and you're a real busy man. You've got a lot going on, and you can even cook and dance at the same time.
Yeah, the Christmas day, right? Yeah. So, I don't know. It's probably a form of ADHD of some sort, I guess. And there's always something going on. There's always some kind of build or print, or and I get bored quite easily as well. So I'll be doing something, and then I'll just stop, and then it'll be something else. So actually getting it over the line and finishing something is actually a big accomplishment on its own. So yeah.
Alrighty. Anyway, yeah, Zach is in traffic driving home. Kenny Briggs, he owns
I'm not driving.
where you're sitting still.
Oh,
Kenny Briggs is in metal detecting. He got his first printer here a few months ago, an Ender 3 V2, and it had nothing but problems. He finally got it up and running, and he got his first or second print just done on it. He printed a stand for his metal detector.
Oh, fantastic!
I put a black line through, or run a filament the black through it,
Nice.
That's cool.
Came out really good.
and then I've got this one with it's plain green.
And what does that do exactly?
You put it on the shaft of your metal detector, and when you set it down, it's not being set in the dirt or the mud. That keeps it clean.
Awesome.
Oh,
You got $500-$600 machines, you just don't want to throw them in the dirt.
Yeah.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
How much do you actually find?
Lots.
Like-
Lots and lots.
Really?
Here, I'll take you over there and I'll show you. I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not.
Yeah, he's at work right now.
Wow.
Wow.
If you're over in the UK, where a couple of our guests are from, there's probably tons of buried treasure everywhere.
All the rich people tend to keep their stuff in just really large houses rather than leaving it in a field.
Wow.
And that's just some of it. I've got a lot of it packed away.
Amazing.
All the
Amazing.
good stuff, the rings and stuff, my wife has.
What's the most valuable thing you think you have found, if you can say?
Probably the rings that my wife has. 14 karat gold with pearl, a ruby, and a diamond on it.
What's the deepest that one of your metal detectors can go? I mean, most of them only do a few inches, I believe, the cheaper ones, right? Or
Yeah, those cheap ones, they're lucky they get in the ground. But depends on the size of the coil. You know, they make different size coils. A lot of times I'll run all small coils because it gets between all the junk, but it'll still go down deeper. But you get a 13 or 15 inch coil that'll hit that over a foot.
Wow.
But I'm not gonna dig that far. You know, I'm into it for the hobby. I'm not into it for any money or anything. I've been doing it for, let's see, this coming March will be 53 years of metal detecting.
yeah.
Plus I'm an author of a treasure hunting book.
Nice.
Awesome.
And now you're a 3D printer maverick.
Yeah. Now I'm a. they released a monster.
Are you going to start? So, I mean, I'm assuming. Did you design that that
No, I
bracket?
got
for
this
the-
one off Thingiverse, but I'm going to be
Oh, okay.
designing my own. I've got some designs that I want to do that I've been working on Fusion 360.
Yeah.
So, yep, it's a lot of fun.
You know, I've been in many hobbies like most people have their whole life. You dabble in this, you dabble in that. This is the only thing that's really stuck me, and I just got to have more. I mean, resin
Yeah.
printing, 3D printing, FDM resin. It's just, and then I got my laser I just bought not too long ago. I've got an MT CNC out in the garage that I actually finished last May, but it doesn't have firmware on it. I haven't went out in the garage and got firmware on it so I can start cutting in wood. But yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot of so much fun.
3D
they
printing is what got me into CNC, and I'm now a manufacturing engineer / CNC programmer with no formal training. So
Nice.
Yeah, I remember you was talking about that you recently got the job, and I think you're allowed to work from home, aren't you?
some. I'm actually, because we're kind of slow on the regular work side right now, I'm building these two Hebo RT printers because they want to dip their toes into 3D printing. And instead of me lugging one of my printers to work, which I offered to do, the owner told me it was perfectly fine if I wanted to take the filament he bought home and just bill the company for my time tending to the printers at home.
Wow.
So I've been working 2-3 hours a night at home
Holy
on
smokes.
my own printers
Boyle
overtime.
Moses, sorry. Thank you very much. That's the second time he donated $49.99. Wow, are you out of your mind?
Hi, Al Moses.
Wow, thank you. Awesome. That
But yeah, I'm basically getting 2 hours of overtime every day when I get home and playing with my printers.
It's not bad. I want to build one of the Railcore 2s. I really want
I'm
to
saving up to buy a Prusa Mini, and all these donations are getting me there, and Loyal's getting me there really fast. So it won't be too long, and I'll be ordering my Prusa Mini. That'll be
Surprised
awesome.
he didn't just like send you a tracking number. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet Loyal is her favorite customer over there at Prusa.
Are we moving?
Yeah, Sam, where? What time is it over there in the UK, and where are you at?
It's about 9:30 at the moment, and I'm in Surrey, just near London, just south of London.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Southend, so I'm Essex.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, speaking of printers, I'm working on a project at the moment on a Core XY printer.
All right, we're moving. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, Zach.
Take care. So I've been working on this printer for a couple of months, and it's a behemoth. It's a big beast. It's a 500 Core XY.
Wow.
And I just wanted the very best. And I've got 3 CR10 S5s. I've got an Ender. I've got a Ender 5 Plus, and I've got a bunch of other stuff here. And what I found quite quickly is that you need to start replacing some of your parts, like your hot end and your extruder, especially when you're dealing with some of the Creality stuff. And don't get me wrong, I've done work for Creality, I've done interviews with them and all that kind of stuff, and the printers are so for a hobbyist. But when you're trying to build something that is like this, for example, where you're maybe printing something for a number of days, 5, 6, 7 days, or 13 days, I think is probably where I've capped out at. You need to make sure you've got that reliability. So I soon tuned into, and I know one of the other guys mentioned earlier about the Bondtech and the slice engineering stuff. And, it's what we call in the UK mustard. It's really good quality gear. And, I've got a Mosquito Magnum in this new printer that I've just built. And I'm running DDXs with copperheads and stuff at the moment. And you know what? Slice Engineering there, and I know Dan down there, and they're doing some good stuff down there. And it's encouraging to see that you can put that onto an open market and people actually want to buy it. So, I'm having some fun. I've got a new video coming out of the weekend. So I've been crashing around trying to edit stuff because, as I said to you, Jerry, I'm up. So I'm working in a place called Newcastle, which is about a 5-hour drive from here. So 10 hours worth of traveling over a period of days and stuff is just, it really takes its toll. And with COVID and, all the kind of craziness that's going on in the world at the moment, it's getting in the way of my hobby, which sort of sucks. So we need to get this done. And I've had this printer since the summer, and now is the time to get it out there and show people what it's all about. So I'm whirring away in the background at the moment.
Yeah, Moses was asking if you could tell him a little bit about those R2s. I think he popped in late.
Yeah, sure. So we've got what's called a Tier 2 R2D2 here, which is the one that I use for any kind of promotional events. So there's shows here called Graham Norton, which are kind of like primetime TV stuff, Children in Need, any charity work, all that kind of stuff. And we raise money for charity as part of the R2 builders. So these are actually fully aluminium. There's aluminium and also 3D printed parts in this one, but the domes, the track droid that's up here, that's all fully 3D printed in VTech filament, apart from the dome, which is obviously metal. I do have a printed dome as well. But, it's bracing that kind of traditionally people would have made stuff out of aluminium or wood or whatever. And then getting that transition into 3D printing is an interesting development, I think, in the last couple of years. And it's only been 4 years in this sort of very short time span where this is kind of taken over, and there's people in there, Michael Badley, Mr. Badley's printed droids, where he's, sitting there CADing this stuff up every day. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was part of his Patreon for a while. I've got almost all of his droids, and again, crazy level of detail that guy's putting into his work.
Yeah, Mike's a really cool guy, and I've got a lot of time for Mike. He's done a lot for charity, and again, I'm quite lucky because I've got my name in the credits. I'm kind of quite in with what's going on with Star Wars and stuff, and that's my bag, which is brilliant. Yeah. Hello, Matt. Michael's certainly next level on his design.
Yeah. Mike, we did one of his. We were doing one of his battle droids. I think it was one of the Clone Wars ones. Can't remember, but anyway, we literally got about 80% of the way through. Mike had it sitting on his dining room table, and his dog ran into the table, knocked the droid off the table, and the whole thing just smashed into pieces. And he looked at it, and he looked at me, and he went, I'm not fixing that. It's just like that's broken now, and I'm not doing it anymore.
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. How's everybody?
Real good.
Good, you?
Very well.
Yeah, doing good.
Yeah, I'm really good too. Yeah, I had some really good news today, but sadly I cannot share it today with you guys. But soon, I shared it already with Daniel and Kieran. So hopefully get our 3D printing project global off the ground now.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
Matt
need to-
does lots of lithopanes. He's always experimenting with different types of lithopanes. Do you have anything you're currently working on, Matt?
Yes,
Coca-Cola Mountain Dew, surely.
I do have. I can show it to you in a second. Hold on. Let me switch off the light and turn off my camera. Turn around my camera, I mean.
Yeah, they're cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I like them.
I know. They're really nice. And the light is a little bit too strong, but the other one works better. Well, let me switch it on. The Mountain Dew.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Yeah, that's cool.
Those are neat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's that printed at? What level of detail are you printing that at, Matt?
1 mil.
That's seriously good.
1
Yeah,
mil.
very cool. Very, very cool.
Beautiful work. How many have you done so far?
Yeah. I tried to do a 6 packs of Coke, so I still try to get. I contact the Coca-Cola company to see if I can get those little ribbons go around it in a 6-pack. You know, like what you had in the olden days.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm gonna make a set out of it, and I just like Coca-Cola, and I drink Coca-Cola
Couldn't
quite often.
you could design
myself.
some in NinjaFlex and print them.
Pardon me?
Beautiful.
If you printed it in NinjaFlex, then you could print them.
Sorry, you're breaking
You're,
up.
you're talking. So you're
The ring,
talking
yeah, those
about-
plastic rings that go around.
Yeah, you're talking about the plastic rings that the cans go in, aren't you?
Yes.
If you were to print those in NinjaFlex, then surely
All right.
you could CAD them, couldn't you? There must be a model. There must be
I never worked with it, so
what would
will
it be
try
called?
I'll have to order some.
The only thing with TPU is obviously you need to be running direct drive because you're not going to be able to run a TPU. Well, in theory, you can run TPU through a Bowden, but it is terrible. So if you wanted, you need to keep them thin, like one or two thickness walls, so they're still stretchy enough to actually sort of ping over the cans. But they're printable, sure. I'm just got to try and remember what
Sam, I got a question, Sam. Is that an edgy that you have? It's tracking you back and forth?
No, it's a really annoying camera. I'm using what's called an Insta360, which is a 360-degree camera. And I thought I'll plug it in. I'll do some Zoom calls and stuff today. And it's so annoying that, it keeps trying to focus and track my face, and you can't turn it off. So it's a software issue. So sorry about that if that's freaking everybody out.
Oh, no, I was just wondering because I want on Joe Telling's stream, I want an edgy that does something similar. It tracks your movement, and I'm going to do a video on it and try it out. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah,
There's
I've got
an Arduino project that did one, wasn't there? I'm sure there was an Arduino project that did it.
I've got a bit of software that you can literally draw the face, just draw a thing around the face, and it'll track your whole head and stuff. It's pretty cool. But yeah, this is kind of annoying because I just kind of wanted the whole kind of scene, and it's not happening. But I'm using what's called an Insta360, and it's very much an alternative to GoPro. So yeah.
I like your R2D2 army in the background.
Yeah, like I say, it's sort of taking over. Unfortunately, I've got I do the whole stormtrooper thing as well. So I do a lot with what's called the UK Garrison. So we basically go out and troop and raise money for charity and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's like I say, it's sort of taken over my life a little bit, and I think something's got to give. My wife and I are expecting a baby this year as well, so it's kind of things have got to change. It's got to be a bit more kid safe, maybe.
Babies will fit right inside that R2D2. You'll be fine. They're tiny.
You know what? Honestly, right? This track droid that's up here. Once the dome comes off, oh, here we go. I'm zooming in on my face. Once the dome comes off, I'm pretty sure I can fit a little miniature chair in there. And this thing runs on huge, great snowmobile tracks. In fact, let me get them. I'll show you them. I'll show you.
Matt, if you just have a look in the private chat of the
I had to look already.
Then there's one in there. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's just because the problem with the plastic ones is, people are going to be funny about it.
Oh, wow.
How hilarious is that? Now it's focusing on the pit boy.
Oh, I like that one.
Oh my God! Come on! Let me wave my arms and stuff. Here we go. Right. So these are the track droids. My God! So it's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. Oh my word!
Yeah, I'll say something about the sound when he gets off his phone call.
Let's try and get back to the. There we go. Oh my God! Yeah. So we got snowmobile tracks for that. So that should be interesting when that's finally built.
Wow. That's cool that you have a lot of aluminum and other parts, and they're a lot of metal. They're not just plastic toys that would easily break. They're more rugged and.
Yeah, you've kind of got to have that, especially if you're going over things like cobbled stones and stuff, because 3D printing stuff will separate, unless you're maybe printing in ABS or a PETG or something like that. But what we found is the metal ones tend to be a little bit more longer lasting, especially when you're just chucking it around somewhere or chucking it around. We race these things as well. So, we put them around a track and, have some fun with those kinds of things as well.
So what's the Core XY you're building? Are you doing like a Hevo or a BLV cube or something like that?
No, I'm doing a rat rig V-Core.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So, and I love this printer. I tell you what, it's amazing. And I love the quirky kind of printers. I like the Deltas. I like this Core XY. And I think you get a lot more out of it rather than just buying something from,
Kenny,
online.
Let me interrupt real quick. Kenny, whatever you're messing with, please don't. It's real staticky.
He's finding gold, brother.
I'm not doing nothing right now. I was
okay. Yeah, somebody was taking something apart. It was real noisy.
I think it's the echo from it's picking up our voices on the speaker. That's why.
Huh.
It's only happening when someone's talking. See?
Yeah, I don't know. I can sure hear it.
Yeah, and I get what you mean. The Deltas are definitely way more interesting to watch. My first machine was a Flash Forge, and my friend was buying another printer, and he bought a Delta. And when I went round, he was like, "Oh, I bought a 3D printer as well." And I went round and I had a look, and I was like, "I was a 3D printer." I was like, "I don't know what that is." and then like we went through, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's a different one."
No, that's super cool. The one I've got is actually here. I've got it. It's actually here. This is the FL Sun 3D printer.
Yeah.
And I do really like it. I think it's a bit noisy on the extruder and stuff because they went a bit cheap with the drives and stuff. But I think it's cool. I think it's a really, really cool printer. And there's a lot out there that is rubbish. But what I was coming on to is that I think it's quite interesting seeing people like Kenny and Matt. You guys have got lots of different versions of what you're doing, and that's really, really interesting. Whereas, my bag is printing big things that are going to be, stuck inside tracks and stuff. And they've got to learn and work a certain way. And making them as sort of big and bulky as possible is kind of the bag, really. So the Core XY situation is more about, if you've built the thing, then you should know how to fix it. And you'll know where some of the weaker points are. Whereas with every single one of my S5s, the same thing happens every time. The bearing goes at the very front on the Y-axis. You get heat creep galore. You get loads of problems. The beds are always bent on them, and you end up spending quite a great deal of money on trying to repair stuff that actually, if you built it yourself and you built it as a kit, you can kind of pick and choose what you want. So,
yeah, and it's for sure. So it's one of those things where you sort of think everybody should at least once build their own machine so that they can see how everything works. But then that's a pretty high
It's a
high
challenge.
bar
It's a big challenge. Yeah, I mean, it's taken me several months, even just to get my, because you're learning new things. I had to learn how to work Marlin. I didn't know anything about that. I was like, oh, surely someone's going to be out there that can just bung me a bin file. No. So I end up doing that. And then, especially when you're doing YouTube and you're saying, hey, I think this is a good thing, you almost take on the responsibility of also supporting that thing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Kenny, I'm going to have you muted. If you want to talk, let me know. He just left. Okay. I was going to say, when you want to talk, say something, because that's where the garbling was coming from, his mic or something.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. I built a BLV Gen Cube, and that was fine at the time. So now you can get metal parts for it. So before it was regular 20-30 extrusions, and then you were able to you had to print your parts originally. I printed the parts, and I just wasn't happy with the quality. Ironically, I was building it because I wanted a better machine, but I needed a better machine to print the parts to make it into a better machine, so the tolerances were right. So, but now they do. You can actually buy the metal parts on AliExpress now, and that's turned into a pretty solid machine. I really want the Railcore 2. So the Railcore 2 has the 3Z adjust axis.
Right.
So instead of the
is it the Kilometric version?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Which is what the Rat Rig's got.
Yeah. So it's the idea that instead of creating a mesh and artificially leveling your bed in software, it instead probes all the points, and then it physically levels the bed across the 3 stepper motors. And what you have is an actually level bed. And they're printing at like 250 millimeters a second, which you can only do if your bed is properly level.
Yeah. I played around with that. I got the Octopi on there, and I started doing the bed leveling stuff. And it took, I leveled it for a day.
Yeah.
I'm not messing around. I want this to be working well. And I'm not underestimating it. It was a full day, millimeter adjustment. The bed this way, the bed that way. And I found actually the mirror that I bought actually had a slight curvature in it. So again, then I'm leveling up the bloody mirror, and it's crazy. It's absolute craziness. But in order to make this work, and if I'm quite highly strung anyway, right? So if it doesn't work, generally I'm going to throw it out the window. That's my kind of attitude to stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I really needed to walk away from it and go, I'm going to just leave it on the bench for a while and come back to it later on, which is one of the reasons why it's taken so long. But also I haven't had a lot of help with it. So the community is great, but nobody really wanted to kind of go, I tell you what, I'll spend an hour with you online and let's talk about how you do that. And I do that quite a lot, especially with YouTube and especially with Instagram. People are always asking, I'm sure you guys are exactly the same. People are always asking me, what's the best printer? What should I do? What's the best filament? Why isn't my bed level? Why isn't this happening? And you end up going, oh my God. And a lot of the time is, I'll just make a video. Here's the link, and then it helps everybody at that point.
Yeah. So, and I get the same. And I suppose the problem is once you, I did a video recently, sort of the 13 things that I wish I knew before I started 3D printing. And one of them was Facebook is your friend, but opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, and most of them are crap. It's the idea that anytime you put anything on any of the Facebook groups, the first answer you always get is level your bed.
Yeah.
And I go, I have been printing for 6 years, and I'm fully aware of why I need to level my bed. And I asked you a question about why my extruder motor's turning in the wrong direction. So that that's not the right answer. And and it's intensely frustrating.
I hate when I post a question or I'm having a problem pulling my hair out and I get a thumbs up. It's like,
yeah.
Well, that's why you don't have any hair.
Yeah. It's maddening. But then, as you said, the reality is most of those Facebook groups are your best bet for. I tried so when I was trying to figure out my Marlins, I tried posting on the Marlin GitHub, sort of asking questions, and the people on there were very unhappy that I wasn't happy. They were said, everything you put up, the first answer back was, I want to be really clear, this is your fault. Okay. Wow. I mean, because the problem with GitHub is that you're supposed to be actively contributing to the progression of the firmware. So you're meant to be really flagging bug reports. And it isn't a bug report. You just don't know how it works. And that's not the same.
No, exactly. I mean, the Facebook group is very much the same. I posted a load of code on there and said, look, can anybody help me with this BL touch issue? And you know that time where you spent 3 days looking at some code and your eyes are bloodshot and you've just had enough of the whole situation, and then nobody gets back to you and you go, oh, my God. And then your mate, a friend of mine called John, I was like, can you just have a look at this code? He went, oh, yeah, you haven't defined this. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's 3 days of my life. And I've always say this, and I say this all across my videos, my most valuable asset is time. And I think that's most, if you look at it objectively, that is most people's big thing.
The days go by that quick. You wake up and next thing you know, it's nighttime again.
That's it.
Fly by.
Especially when you're doing like a 13-day print and it fails halfway through, you haven't got that time. You can't, it's such a commodity, you can't control it either. And, I was like 3 days and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And at one point I was like, I'm going to have to sell this printer because I can't deal with it. I can't do it. And, it nearly defeated me, but at the end of it all, it's worked out swimmingly, and it's printing now, and we're all going through the motions and stuff. But yeah, like I say, I find that most people end up upgrading their printer anyway. So my stance on it right now is, well, why don't you just try and build your own and hope that you've got a community around you that can actually help you do that.
And I actually want to build myself.
Sam, if you might have a day and time next week that works for you, I'd love to have you on as a special guest.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, like I say, I've got so I run an electronic recycling business, which is handy, especially for what I do as a hobby and stuff. But so we're out in Newcastle next week. So and COVID's a nightmare, and we've got loads of issues with, and you're asking me to come on at 1 o'clock in the morning, by the way. You realize that, right?
we can do it whatever time works.
Newcastle under Lyme or Newcastle up in the north?
Newcastle up in the north.
All right.
Yeah.
Matt, you're in Germany, right?
Newcastle under Lyme, then say hello. Pardon me?
All right.
You're in Germany, right?
No, I'm in England. I'm in United Kingdom. Newcastle under Lyme, near Stoke-on-Trent.
Right.
And
yeah, we're at Pontup Pike, which is I deal with a lot of decommissioning for digital telephony and 5G and all that kind of stuff. So we're doing a decom project up at site up there. So like I said, it's a horrible 10-hour drive there and back, and staying in a hotel, and you're not allowed to go out, you're not allowed to see anybody, you can't get food. It's and then of course all I want to do is print, and Octopi will only go so far. You're checking your prints and stuff. It's all well and good, but if something goes wrong, it's like I can't restart it. I can't knock the thing off the bed. It's not going to happen. So, yeah,
you will.
I have an idea for you, Sam. If you do one of your hydraulics, what you just showed earlier, the track, attach a robot arm to it, and make enough space in your take it off.
Turn it into an avatar.
Remote control.
Maybe.
I'm trying to build my own machine soon. I want to build a machine what's 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. So I'm still looking into different things.
Sam, do you have any robotic that's programmed where you can give it a command and it'll go through a bunch of movements, do its own thing, or do you have to control everything by like a remote control?
Okay, so mainly, so the builders, so on the robots, you mean, right? Yeah. Okay, so on the robots, there's, if you're doing work for Disney, it has to be on a remote control, and it has to be mainly a specific 2.4G remote control, and it has to have fail safes in it. And I sit on a committee of people that if you see an R2D2 out in the wild in the UK, it would have had to have been MOT tested by one of our guys. And what that means is that it has to be looked over, that it's not going to run away if the batteries fail. It's not going to crash into a child. It's not going to run somebody over. It's not going to smash and cause loads of damage. So if you switch that thing off, it's got to stop. So generally when we're doing Disney events, that's what we use. But we also use a program called a Padawan 360, which is a 360 Xbox 360 remote control. And the beauty of that is that you can trigger all these different sounds. You can have 50, 60 sounds off of different combos. It's a bit like playing a game, but there's a kind of hint of reality to it, but also a huge amount of nerdiness as well. So, it works quite well.
How much does an R2-D2 roughly weigh with all the electronics and gizmos in it? About
70 kilos.
All right.
Yeah. So if that falls on you, it's game over.
Can you not install some kind of motion detection or sensors? What would, when it comes like a wood to a wall, it would automatically stop or in front of the person?
Glue to the bottom.
You certainly can do, but if you've got if you're doing a scene where an actor is, jumping over the droid, you don't want the thing shutting down while you're, on set or wherever. It's if you watch Children in Need from last year, you'll see Colin Fuse, who's a YouTuber. He built a land speeder, and he nearly crashes into the droid. And you see me bring R2 backwards really quickly, and you've got a guy in a C-3PO suit, and you've got BB-8 on the end. Now, if BB-8 gets hit, the dome comes off, and that's the end of it, and the kind of whole Disney magic is dissipated within a few seconds. So, you have to kind of think on your feet with all this stuff. But, generally, when you haven't got eye line, you're on a monitor, and you've got this remote control, you've got to do the best that you possibly can. And crashing into people and all that kind of stuff is, by the by, really. You just have to be super, super careful.
Have you ever been in front of the camera? Have you ever had any parts in any movies or anything?
No, I've been an extra in a Steve Coogan film. And if you watch the DVD extras for The Rise of Skywalker, you see me walk into shot and then see that the camera's there and quickly shuffle backwards with my remote control, which is kind of awkward. But at least I made the edit, right?
Yeah.
The camera zooming in creates a lot of drama when you're talking.
I know it does. It's crazy. And it's also quite. Oh no, don't get too close. Come on now, guys.
So,
but I do think it's quite funny that he keeps getting in on that pit droid. That was I'm surprised it wasn't Baby Yoda. Yeah, oh god, yeah. It's
so coincidentally, down the 3D print shop that's near me, 3D filer print, one of the guys who works there actually does extra work for Star Wars, and he was Snoke.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he did a lot of it, and he was Chewie in a few of them as well. He does. He doesn't do any face. He's not FaceTime stuff, but he does a lot of the motion capture and a lot of the sort of standing. He was Groot. He did some Groot stuff as well.
I didn't know that because the UK builders they actually they have sponsorship with 3D Philippine as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's I'm surprised that we didn't know that.
Yeah, one of the guys that works there. I don't know if he advertises that. I should imagine that he can't make money off the fact that he has somebody there who used to work for Disney. I'm sure there's something in his contract that says he's not meant to bring it up.
Oh, there's plenty of NDAs. Yeah, there's plenty of NDAs.
There, so screw it.
I'm amazed at all the stuff that's done on green screen, and you see bits and pieces of that, and the actors at the time probably don't even know what they're doing until they go back and watch it when it's all put together and say, oh, yeah, that looks cool.
He's got some really cool pictures.
You say that. I mean, obviously Snoke was CG and stuff, but there are a hell of a lot of practical effects still on Star Wars, a hell of a lot of them. And I think you'd be surprised at some of the, there's a guy called Matt Denton. And if you Google him, he is just an extraordinary man that works on Star Wars. And he does stuff where he will put people in suits and there'd be a robotic. So Maz, I don't know if you know that character, but there's a character called Maz. And there's a person in a suit, and they're moving the arms. They're doing the arm movements, and there's a puppeteer that's doing the mouth and doing the. Oh God, I feel like it's me now. And it's and it is absolutely incredible. And there's a droid. There's a character called Six Eyes, and that thing, when you move your head, the eyes move, and it's on a gyro, so it will move, and it's what they call like free effects. So because that character moves its head, the eyes automatically move as well. And again, you've probably got about 50, 60 servos inside of a head there. So it's it's incredible, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff, and he also the one that I found really interesting when he was doing the Snoke, when he was doing the Snoke scenes. the chandeliers that are up in the that are in the Emperor's throne room. They're just upturned water cooler bottles.
Oh, really?
But they've just. I'm assuming they do something in post. But when you look at them in the film, they don't look anything like that at all. But he's got pictures, and he's like, "It's literally a water cooler bottle." Like that's it's just like a
wow.
They did a very similar thing with I Am Mother. I don't know if you saw that film. One where it's like the end of the world and a robot raises a kid, basically, like that. And but the robot is a person inside of the robot suit, but they basically bolted him in every morning, and then he had like an 18-hour filming day inside of a tin can that he was then operating and having to operate like move like a robot and everything. If you look at the robot, it's humanoid shaped, obviously, but you wouldn't know to look at it. It looks like a Boston Dynamics robot, actually. If I was trying to compare it to anything, it looks like that, but there's a person inside, and honestly, it's stunning. The work they did on that film, it was absolutely amazing.
Well, again, you got people like Anthony Daniels inside C-3PO, you know, and again, they bolt him in, they bolt him out, they move him around. It's an incredibly difficult, robot to kind of puppeteer, and he can't see anything, and it's pretty horrible stuff, really. When you're almost seeing an elderly man fall over, you know, it's not ideal.
Yeah. Let me see if I
did
can find
once
it.
meet James Earl Jones.
Too, when he does it, they have fans inside to help cool him off.
Sorry, say again, Jerry.
I'm assuming they probably have fans in there. Probably get pretty hot inside the cost being inside the machine.
No. So the last.
Amazing how often they don't.
No, they don't. They don't. It's Hassan Taj is the last R2D2 that was in Rise of Skywalker, and no, they you're in a fiberglass or metal R2, and then the dome goes on. He's a small person, so he's lifted into the R2, and there he is inside of that with a little radio. He's quite a young guy as well, so they made a little pocket up in there, so he had chocolates to eat and things like that. So but really sound guy, really nice, level guy. And what's really, really nice to see is when you've got actors or people that are portraying certain things, for them to come into the studio, and that guy went around everybody and shook their hand every day and said, "Hi, how are you doing?" And just salt of the earth people, really, really nice. Nice guys on set. So I had a great experience.
I actually met one time James Earl Jones.
You met who, sorry?
To the store by
James Earl
Jones. Yeah.
Wow.
And he came into the store where I was working in Las Vegas 20 years ago, or a little bit more than that. And he came in. I recognized him, and he said, "Yeah, I'm James Earl Jones," looking around, and And he asked me, "Do you look familiar to you?" And I said, "Well, you do look a little bit familiar to me, but I can't know where to put you in." And he said, "Yeah, I'm the Star Wars voice from Darth Vader." And I'm like, "Oh, wow, okay." And
did you say you still got the chesty cough?
I'm not sure. What?
Well, Darth Vader has that kind of voice, doesn't he, with the breathing issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
Oh.
Jerry's got it. Jerry's in the next one.
That was.
No, it's cool. Like I say,
it was an honor to meet him.
It's absolutely amazing to be part of something like this, And again, this started off as a hobby. It was,
yes.
Awesome
movie.
It's the I Am Mother. And then that's the guy getting in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was an awesome movie.
Wow.
It was a brilliant movie, but I mean, to look at that, I mean, again, I appreciate that it's humanoid shaped, so you would say, well, a human could absolutely fit inside of that, but you wouldn't have thought that it was. You would have thought that it was puppetry, or it was, it was green screened out so that it was operated from the outside, and then it was operated. But no, the guy's actually in it.
Wasn't that movie called Mother?
It's called I Am Mother.
I Am Mother, yeah.
The character is called Mother, yeah. I think Adam Savage did a video where he met the guy who was in it, and he talked about sort of the practicalities of what he was having to go through. But there were long shooting days, and
If I could get a hold of him, I would love to have Adam Savage on as a special guest, but I don't know how to get a hold of him.
He's really difficult to get hold of. I've tried multiple times. Yeah, no, he doesn't accept PMs
Well,
on
Adam
anything.
Savage from
Mythbusters.
what's the show called? Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So he doesn't do it anymore. He does a lot of work with Weta Workshop, and he does a lot of one-day build videos and things like that on YouTube.
Frankly Built, a YouTuber that does all the Iron Man stuff, Frankly Built. He had him on a few weeks ago, but they pre-taped in StreamYard, I think it was. He gave him like 15 minutes, I think, and then he had to run because he was so busy. And then he made a video out of it and showed it.
He does some beautiful, beautiful works. He did a guitar case, handmade guitar case for someone. I can't remember who it was, but the thing that he did was absolutely. Like, the fact that he made it in a day was offensive, to be honest. But it was a stunning thing that he made.
I don't know if he really has the time. I think someone else does it, and he maybe just put some input into it, because I don't have the time, and I'm doing this all the time. I'm trying to make stuff all the time. You know, I've got CNC. I've got a Maker-made M2 CNC that, you know, I rarely get the time. You have to stand there with it. You know, that's the problem with CNC work. You know, you can't just leave it and let it get on like you kind of can with a 3D printer. It's terrible, really. But, you know, as I say, it's a cool hobby, and I think those two things go hand in hand. But to be able to get that kind of time, I mean, you know, Adam Savage is you know, famously, he has an R2D2, he has a C3PO, he does the whole. He dressed as a Wookiee at one of the Comic-Cons, didn't he? And he had the 3PO in the backpack, and he's running through and all that. And he's recently, I think he did a video on Boston Dynamics as well, where he was doing the dancing with the droids and stuff. So, you know, absolutely incredible mind. Very, very cool guy.
I mean, don't be wrong. He has an absolutely extensive background in model making and in doing a lot of stuff for films and movies and things like that. That's how he got onto Mythbusters. It was that he was a prop maker, and he works. You know, does a lot of work at the moment with Weta Workshop as well, when they're showing all the different things that they do.
Hey, Sam, you have a son or daughter, when they start getting older, they got the coolest dad in the world. And look at, you can go to school for show and tell. And it's like, wow, look at what my dad does. And then you make the hobby also.
That's it. Well, you know, the ironic thing, there's two things that are ironic about this. Number one, we know we're having a boy, right? Number two, the due date is May the 4th.
Oh,
yeah.
That's even better.
So it's you know, you can't make this stuff up. It is what it is. So that's fact. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So that's our first. And as I say, you know, it's a bit of a culture shock. It's a bit of a you know, I started thinking, I was going, oh yeah, you know, what can I start printing for the baby? Can I do some blocks, or can I make some, you know, can I make something that the baby's really gonna like or something? You know?
Marcel does a lot of live streaming on YouTube, and he also does some droids. Hey, Marcel, if you have time, why don't you pop in and meet Sam?
Yeah, come on in.
Here, I'll post the link again if he has time.
You know what the really weird thing is? That, you know, I was
those little bats what shake back and forwards for the babies. You know, those are really easy to print, I think. You know which ones I mean?
I tell you now that if you're rocking your baby backwards and forwards, something that you 3D printed, you're going to have your child taken off you. Like,
really?
Yeah.
With good reason.
It's. I don't know. You know,
or you can make him one of those little dome beds. What they have?
Yeah, I think there's maybe Yoda style crib or something. I don't know. It's we'll have to wait and see.
Here's Marcel now popping in. Hey, Marcel, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I was literally just going to go out and fly my drones today, but I seen a recognizable face on here. I've been busy printing, but this is my latest little
pit droid.
Nice.
Sorry about the sunlight. It's just super bright here.
I think I've seen that. Pit droid on online on Facebook somewhere.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them kicking around, but this is my biggest one, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it's an R9 M1, they call it. So that's my little code for it.
To be fair, you don't see many of those out in the wild, Marcel. You know, so So I went to a celebration in London a few years ago, and there was just a sea of R2D2s. They were everywhere. So the first droid that I built was the black one. Oh, okay, yeah, concept chopper as well. Nice.
Yeah, this is the CHEP. Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
Transparent dome too. So once the LEDs go in, it'll be all lit up.
Nice.
That's absolutely awesome.
Cool.
Super
Absolutely.
happy.
And again, these are Michael Badley files, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. And again, the guy is an absolute genius, and he gets a lot of, I hope he gets a lot of credit for the work that he does. And, from a CAD point of view, the guy is just phenomenal. And, I know, so this is his working life. He works for a printing company, not 3D printing, but a printing company. And he wakes up at 4:00 in the morning as a thing, looks at his phone, answers everybody, and goes back to sleep again. His mind is on it all the time. That it's phenomenal. If you ever get the chance to meet him, do that, because he's a great guy, really, really great guy.
I'm actually always on the Zoom meetings every once a week or every other week with
Drinks and Droids. Yeah.
I'm also working on the tall 400% battle droid, which I'm doing all in silk green. It's like a glistening green, and it's all fully articulated and everything.
Nice. Yeah. Is that a Droid Division Dave Moog one, or is that the
Droid Division? Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So the pit droid that you may or may not see, depending on what my camera wants to do. The pit droid that I've got over here, that's a Dave. It still loves my face. You can't see anything, guys. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, the pit droid that is over there. The pit droid that's over there is there you go. It's a Droid Division droid. So yeah, I dare move. I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, that one's pretty awesome.
Marcel, I need to reach out because I want to do a fully 3D printed drone, like a Mavic style one. Are there where's the so if I wanted to do a droid, I'd go to Michael, but where should I be going for drone stuff? Because all the stuff that I keep seeing is objectively awful.
Yeah, so the hard part with drones is that the impacts really takes abuse on frames and stuff like that. So 3D printing frames is still kind of I mean, it all depends on the size as well. Like I fly sometimes like a big 5-inch, which you stick with carbon fiber. It's going to be the more impact resistant, the more, everything like that quality wise. But I also fly little micros like these little guys. And I actually printed ABS frames for these little things. These are tiny ones. So these are like 1S, 2S battery, minutes. Very lightweight. So, but yeah, I still think the carbon fiber or nylon, if you can print nylon, go with nylon, because again, you need that resistance of, those things are going to crash all the time, right? And that's kind of what they are. Printing a DJI type of frame, again, it's weight versus like impact and stuff like that.
So the shop near me does SLS printing, and I wanted to get it SLS printed. They do a really nice nylon SLS print.
Yeah.
And I was sort of toying with the idea, but then again, as you said, it's weight to strength. Like nylon is dense, so I'd have to make sure that there wasn't any solid parts in it. So I was hollowing those parts out. So I'd probably have to do a bit of work. But yeah, it's just an interesting project that I wanted to do. I've got more electronics around than I know what to do with. So I'm sort of trying to figure out cool things to do with some of them.
When I first got into 3D printing, I printed a lot of carbon fiber when I first got into 3D printing, I guess, kind of like the mid-range of when I started. And I found even the carbon fiber just wasn't strong enough filament for...
Yeah, so the problem I've always had with the carbon fiber is that it's a buzzword, not really a mechanical benefit. The benefit you get with carbon fiber is the weave, and you don't get weave in a layer. You just get carbon fiber stacked on top of each other, which is not materially stronger than anything else. Exactly the same as you can get graphite infused filament as well, and it's basically ABS. You could maybe say it's as good as ASA, but Not really. You know, it's just ABS with graphite in it, and it's just not. It's not materially stronger. It's not something that you could actually recommend to someone who needed mechanical parts. It's just a buzzword that they use to say, oh, we've put graphene in these earphones. You go, great. What does it do? The same thing the plastic thing did before, but it's now graphene. So it's £100 more. So so I want to do that. But at the moment, as I said before, I'm doing this 3DQ testing at the moment to see if I can sort of validate what they're trying to do, getting the automated printing stuff. And Aaron, as I say, the carbon fiber filaments said they're just that's not what carbon fiber is. It's just not.
Doesn't it eat up your nozzle?
Doesn't eat up your nozzle? Yeah, so it depends on what nozzle you have. If you've got a brass nozzle, it will chew through that like butter. If you've got a hardened nozzle or a stainless nozzle, then they hold up pretty well. But glow-in-the-dark filament, or even most matte filaments, will chew through your brass nozzle pretty quickly. It's having a machine that prints the material that you require it to.
Even sparkly PLA, like silk, not silk PLA, but some of the more shinier stuff. Obviously,
Marcel, where do you live at, Marcel?
I'm in Vancouver, BC.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
But it's the same with the marble filaments. Anyone who advertises a marble filament is a liar, because it's not marble filament. No. It's not. It will never look like marble. Marble is a vein that goes through a rock.
Yeah.
You will never ever get that. You just get speckly filament. That's it. There's no possible way for somebody to have a filament that will produce a realistic marble effect. It's something you have to do post-process, because
What's happening if you use a printer with a different color? Would that not work?
So yes, but you're just doing dual color at that point. So you're just and I mean your purge block would be absolutely savage, because you're not doing a layer or a section in a certain color. You're doing literally a line that goes all the way up and then sort of branches off to make veins into your print. Marble filament is cookies and cream filament. It's the people saying, oh yeah, we've done a really good job. And we've done it. No, it looks objectively terrible. It's not what you say that it is. You're making it seem like I could print like a wizard's tower or something, and I haven't got to paint it. Yeah. It's the same conversation we had earlier about multi-material versus multi-color. Multi-material is very useful. It is being able to use water-soluble supports. It is being able to reduce interface layers. It is being able to make mechanically different parts. Fantastic. Multicolor is pointless. I've never looked at anything.
My white.
Pretty much so. But like with your droid, you wouldn't just have a silver top and then blue parts. They are painted. You paint it and you do gradients and shading and shadows and everything else. And if you do a full CYMK printer, great. But that's one of the HP ones that's like, I don't know, something stupid, like $250,000, £500,000 or whatever. If you just have if you have 5 different colors, it doesn't matter. You're not making something that you then don't have to paint. It's just something that's slightly less crap than whatever it was in one color.
Totally. Sam, what was your first droid that you ever built 3D printed?
Well, the first droid that I built was R2Q5, which is the black droid. And, there were 3D printed elements inside of that. I've since replaced the dome with a Lee Towersy dome because there's a certain old school kind of feeling about droids and robots as a whole. And that is, they should be metal, right? And the problem with that is that they are incredibly heavy. But I kind of like the fact that the one that I've got here, it's got a metal frame, but all the little elements, all the greeblies and things like that are all 3D printed. And that's how I got into 3D printing, by building a droid. There's a guy called Greville Wilson who's in the UK, and he said, I've got an i3 duplicator by Wanhale. And I said, I'm going to buy that printer. And it was the worst printer in the entire world. Whoever came up with that printer should be shot. It was awful, awful, awful printer. And because I run a recycling business, I threw this printer into the thing when I finally got rid of it, and then I ended up with the Creality, and it's been Creality for a while because I knew no better, and we've kind of gone down those roads. But printing, I was really kind of worried. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to print this part. Is it just going to be, the times I came out and it was just hair everywhere, it was just madness. I was like, oh, that's a shame. And then I'm printing something, and then I didn't know how to finish it properly. And they were at that time, 4 years ago, Michael Badley was 4 years ago was still just doing, stuff on a very, very small build plate. Then the S5 came out, and that's really what changed it for the droid builders. Now, what size is your R2?
Well, mine's actually 70% because when I first started printing it, I was using the Flash Forge Finder, which is a lot smaller bed. So I was very lucky that I was using the, I believe it was the A2 version of the print files. So couldn't use the MK, obviously, because of my print size. So, yeah, I just downscaled it as big as I could, and yeah.
Cool.
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
like
guys. I have to go. I have my dogs. I have to go out with my dog. So,
okay, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Have a
Take
mess.
care.
Take care, Matt. Thanks for stopping in.
Bye.
See you.
Thank you.
Take care, Matt.
Hey,
But
Zach.
yeah, now I'm rocking the Ender 3 Max, so I can basically print all the micro droids and all the mini.
I'm doing a micro droid right now on the new Core XY printer that I'm working on. I'm doing the chopper dome. I'm doing a time lapse on that at the moment. And there you go. Okay, yeah. But I mean, guys, this isn't to be underestimated. I'll give you an example here. This is Dio. Okay. Oh, and you probably won't be able to see it because my camera's crap. This is Dio. So this is a fully 3D printed droid here that's got a tire on it. And the way that it works, it fakes it. So it looks like this tire's going around here, but actually these parts, look at that, look, these parts on the outside are what actually drives it and makes it go left and right. And everything in here is a PET G. And, again, it's absolutely incredible. And I don't know if you're familiar with the lightweight PLA, but this is super, super, super light for the Dio's head.
Is it
You
the
need
foam
that.
PLA?
Sorry?
Is it the foam PLA you're using?
Yeah. And somebody else printed that for Michael Badley. In fact, actually printed that for me because I was going through one of those moments where nothing would print and it was just driving me insane. And I didn't know how to fix it, and I was going to smash everything up. And it's I've come a long way since then. The therapy's helped, right?
So can you see the slight lean in this part?
Yeah.
Turns out I have a Z-axis that is not
Very
perfectly square on my printer.
Yep.
Wow.
Also, another oddity. This was printed on my Hypercube. This was printed on my Stream Drive printer. Running into a Clipper issue where something about this curve was overloading the microcontroller, so I got to reshuffle some of my wiring connections to offload my extruder to my secondary controller board. Clipper shit. But the weird thing about it is you see this line in it, in the parameter. It shows up on the other printer too.
Wow.
And I can't see it in the G-code preview and Simplify 3D. It just shows up. And I have no idea why.
Have you tried printing it in? Have you tried just running it in Cura? Don't worry about the settings. Don't obviously set it up so that it's fine. But if it's past
I
that,
had a really long conversation on another stream the other day. I cannot use another slicer. The amount of time I've put into my Simplify 3D settings.
Yeah.
I've tried, and it's infuriating to try to get. I've tried Prusa, I've tried Idea Maker, I've tried Cura, and none of them can print worth a damn. Even if I do my best to copy my Simplify 3D profile, it just.
I know, and I get what you mean. So my issue is that I paid for Simplify 3D. Mine isn't licensed to God like everybody else's.
Yeah, I paid a long time ago.
Yeah, and I will not use another slicer as long as I've paid for that one. I am fully aware that it's terrible. It's not been updated in like 3 years. It's got Billy Basic settings missing from it that are in other completely free slicers, and I'm still going to use it because I paid for it. And
my whole thing is
angry the whole time.
Even though it's not been updated, and even though there's some nice new features out that it doesn't have, I still get fantastic results out of it.
Yeah.
This is polycarbonate plus, by the way.
Already outdated.
And look at how nice that support popped off.
Yeah. So don't be wrong. The results that I get are great. I've spent a lot of time with my Simplify profile on my various machines. I get better results on my Prusa clone with Simplify than I do with Prusa Slicer. So it's not that. It's the waste.
So
it seems like, it's the I don't have tree supports. It's the I literally found out today that you can actually select the surface in Simplify 3D and snap that to the build plate.
Yeah, Control L. It's like an
why isn't it a button? Why isn't it a button? What UI UX person sat down and went, I'm going to make it a shortcut, but I'm not going to tell you.
You ain't telling me, buddy.
What does Control L do in Simplified 3D? What does it do?
So you
Control L lets you pick a surface to land on the build plate.
Yeah, and it snaps that to the build. So like rather than just rotating, yeah. So let's say you want this on the build, you could just select that and it flips to it.
Yeah, I got to go and select it, and I got to touch it and flip it. Yeah.
Yeah. So in like Cura, you can just do that. It's a button like a regular person would do. I understand having a shortcut, but a shortcut implies that there's another way to do it.
I used to get models from people occasionally that when they designed them, they were cockeyed. You drop them on the build plate, they're crooked, and you spend a lot of time trying to get it right. It still isn't, so you got to drop it through the build plate and whack it off and re-straighten it.
And apparently, all you need to do is press Control L, but no one tells you. It's just
if it comes in crooked and I select it and it still drops tilted, Control L will straighten it.
Control L, and then you can literally select the surface, a grey. It'll send that surface grey, and then it snaps that to the ground. Yeah.
Look at that bottom surface. I don't know how the hell I'm getting that good bottom surface on supports.
Yeah.
The build surface is nice and smooth.
Yeah, I'm printing direct to glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
What adhesive are you using on that?
Magic UPC.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I use 3D lac, and I get a very, very similar kind of base on mine. And it's beautiful when you take it off as well, isn't it? You know, you've got to get there's something magical about that, and no one's ever going to see it or care apart from you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's nuts is I pulled a chunk out of my glass plate on my other printer, and I had a piece of PEI sitting around, so I'm using Magic UPC on PEI on this.
Here you go, Marshall.
They're all glass too, but I'm using the Ender 3 Max, and like everyone says, like hit and miss with the build plate, but mine's like so true, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, so this one's off the Ender with the 3DQ system on it, which is not a PEI sheet, and you actually can't use any adhesives with it at all. So if you use any adhesives with it, then it wrecks the plate. So you don't do any adhesives, and everything seems to stick to it. I've done PETG, PLA, and ABS, and it all just sticks to the surface. And then once it drops below about 30 degrees, you just blow on it, and it comes off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sam, what's your slicer of choice, and what kind of layers do you usually have on your droid parts?
Okay, so up until quite recently, I was using old Cura because it just worked. And then I upgraded, and I was like, what on earth's all this? What's all these features? And I love things like the tree feature and stuff like that. And that really is, good God, look at that. That's
that was the culprit for me waiting in. That's a Beamer. So it looks like a 3 Series.
Good God.
That's what had me held up earlier. In case y'all were wondering, oh, there's a car on fire on the bridge. I'm sure it's a wreck. Yeah.
Yeah, so depending on what I'm working on, I might print using a 0.8 nozzle, and I might print at 0.2. If it's something a little bit more detailed, so for instance, like the radar eyes and the and these parts here, you're going to want to print those at like a 0.1, and just do the best you can. I've got resin printers as well, so you can do it in that. But again, it's so messy, and that's the thing I really hate about resin printers is that. I know there's a wash station and stuff now, and I've got the Frozen Sonic Mini, and I've got the Ben A4 by Nova 3D, and and I really wanted that. Oh my god, I can't remember the name of it now. What's the really big resin printer?
Sorry, the Peopoly Phenom is very.
That's
large.
the one, yeah, Phenom, yeah. So I really wanted one of those, and Michael McMaster, who's a droid builder in the US, he has one, and I did an interview with him. I was like, that is epic. But the amount of cleanup, I just...
Not even that. God. So the Peopoly Noir is better. So monochrome screens last about 5 times as long, and the screen is a consumable part. So when you're up at larger volume DLP printers, so if you've got like a photon, then the screen, when you need to replace it, it is a consumable part. When you need to replace that, it's about 60, 70 quid, expensive thing, but it lasts about 1,000 to 2,000 hours, give or take. It's a fair amount of printing. Although, to be fair, if you were doing droid printing, probably actually not that fair, and whereas if you go for, say, like a 10.1 inch or a 13-inch screen, you could be looking at £300-400 for really? When your screen wears out, and it's a consumable part, so you can't say, oh, well, it's broken, I need a new one from the manufacturer, because they won't send you one.
That's my newest from Frozen, the Mighty 4K. I got that on about a week or so ago. And something crazy about it, I have an Elegoo Mars I've had for over a year, and I've had maybe 2 failed prints on the Elegoo Mars. The first bunch of prints that I put on this, I filled up the build surface. The supports, the wrap, everything was perfect, but a couple of the parts pulled away from the supports and trashed a bunch of it. So I upped the exposure time from 2 seconds to 3 on this monochrome 4K screen, and 3 seconds seemed to work. But then again, it still had another failure. So I've got the model from Sanix loaded on it right now, and they were pre-sliced by him, and hopefully it'll print okay. I'm using a different resin, not the 4K resin. Even if there's something special about that or not, I don't know. I'll have to wait tonight when he gets done and see if any of the parts pulled away from the supports. It's like there's not, I don't know. For some reason, the parts aren't bonding to the print. I don't know what's happening, but the supports are good. The wrap is good on the build surface. It's just I'm losing the parts for some reason. I don't know why. But on the Elegoo Mars, working with a small one, I've printed hundreds of things. I've had no problems. So this is a new experience going a little bit bigger, and the exposure time is only supposed to be no more than 3 seconds. I did kick up some prints to 5 seconds. They came out crazy. And a friend of mine, Matt Farmer, said, no, on those screens, you can't go that high. Well, I don't know what I'm going to damage, but I did kick it up to 5 seconds, and all the prints came out good. So I'll have to research it. I'm not going to talk out, talk about something I don't know about. I have to know about it. And then it's something.
Is it OLED?
Huh?
Is it an OLED screen?
No.
So saying OLED will burn in.
So, anyway, I don't know. Done a video on it the other day when I got it, kind of done the unboxing, done the video on it. So we'll see how it goes.
So to put it into context, a Peopoly Phenom is 400 hours on average. That's how much you get out of the screen. And then it's dead. On the Noir, you get between 1,200 and 2,000.
Okay.
That's not very long. You figure one print's going to take you probably almost 24 hours. Well, 12 hours. It depends.
So I know, as an example, Michael was using it for casting, so he was building stuff that he could pour resin into. So that's essentially why he's using that. He's not building full droids from that, but he will be making the radar eyes and the, bits and pieces like that. So if you're casting something, then I think it's probably maybe worth it. Certainly if you can just print it and just get it done.
Especially if you're making one master to then make a mold, to then make whatever, however many, then it's fantastic. The place where resin printing absolutely comes into its own is multi-part printing, because whether you have 1 part this tool or 20 parts that tool, it's exactly the same print time. Whereas on an FDM printer, obviously, the more parts you add, you're not really saving any time with yourself. When it comes to,
I mean, I really, as I said before, I really love that time saving part, especially when it doesn't really matter. But then the time that I did it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to put 20 parts on there. And then I didn't have enough resin. And I'm like, oh, it's failed, and it's, again, it's one of those things. And there were certain things about resin printing that I didn't like. 1, the cleanup. 2,
I'll be back in just a few.
3 was some resins have been used in animal testing, which I'm not Peter, I'm not that whole thing, but I don't really want resin being squirted in monkey's eyes and rabbit's eyes and all that kind of stuff. That's not my bag at all. So check out your MSDS sheets, guys, if you're going to do that.
It hurts. I've had resin in my eye multiple times. It burns for ages.
Yeah, and it's not something you want to swallow. And it's easy how you can get something like that, wash your hands, and then go eat a sandwich, and then go, what's that taste? And it was just, for me, I would rather keep to the kind of FDM style stuff, really.
It's the reality that when you're dealing with FDM, you can make a lot of mistakes in FDM, and relatively speaking, whatever you're doing is fairly harmless. Right, you burn yourself on the nozzle a couple of times, but after the 3rd time you touch it, you kind of learn not to. Whereas with resin, so I've seen guys who have had serious reactions to getting resin on their skin, like full chemical burns. Now, admittedly, that's because they have an allergy, not because it gives you a chemical burn, but like full arm, fourth degree burns, like awful. Then there's the carcinogenics when you have when all the fumes from that, and the resin printing, all of them are terrible. The water washable resins, people are pouring that down the sink. And I cannot be clearer to anybody watching, just because you can wash it in water, you cannot pour that down the sink. It's super toxic. You're literally killing whales. It's awful. You're literally getting a pot full of microplastics and just pouring it into the ocean. It's terrible. And as you say, the cleanup and everything else. My issue is that I mixed different things, so I was originally doing heads and hands, sort of detail parts in resin and everything else in FDM. But thanks to the warp and the expansion, it meant my models really didn't fit together properly, and it created more of a headache. So I was cutting off keys, which in resin is really hard because they just shatter rather than cut. So it was creating lots of problems.
If you clean your toilet or your pipes with acid and bleach, etc., I don't think a little bit of resin is going to hurt anything if it got washed down. Just don't do anything in large amount. Because look at the harsh chemicals that you clean your toilet with, or your sink, or your drain pipes. That's my opinion.
It's fair. The problem is that it's the microplastics. There's ways to filter out and chemically distill those chemicals out of the water. You cannot filter out those microplastics.
When I clean my resin,
they will just go down. They will just go down the food chain.
And then I go to I use Mean Green and my Sonic cleaners. Then I go to my alcohol bath. Then after that, then I go and rinse them at the sink. But by that point, almost 99.9% of everything is gone. And then I rinse the sink really good. I shake out the excess water. I let them completely dry out, and then I cure them. But if I was to clean a part straight out of the resin in the sink and rinse it off, which I don't do that, and break off the support, because quite often I'll break off the supports at the sink, and then they go straight to the garbage can. That way I can rinse everything off. There might be a minute little bit of resin that may go down the drain, but then again, like I say, I put harsher chemicals in my toilet and my sink and things like that when I clean it. So I don't think that little tiny bit's going to hurt anything.
That tiny bit isn't, but when most people, I say most people, some people, when they're doing their water washable resins, they're literally rinsing it out in the sink, or they're rinsing it out in a tub, and then they're pouring that tub of water straight down the sink. With the chemicals that you put down your sink, they can be chemically removed from the water. You can't do that
with paint in the garbage can. If you got a gallon of paint in your garage and you want to throw it away, you have to take off the lid, dump it out, dry it out, then throw it away. At whatever point, don't leave it in there, and the garbage man won't even pick it up unless he sees that the lid's off and it's and it's dried out.
Yeah, but as you say, there's a lot more steps and stuff to that. so the SLS machine that Filoprint have got, that's very interesting because that is no matter what you're printing, no matter what geometry, zero supports.
Right.
So, because basically it's a powder cartridge, and all that happens is that the model is constantly a layer is sintered with the laser, but the rest of the powder stays there. So even if you've got hands that are printing at the sides, it starts printing those fingers, and the tips of those fingers are suspended in the powder. So,
oh, wow.
So zero supports for any geometry, anything you print. The problem is they're expensive machines, and you have to sort of post-process them. So you sort of have to sandblast them sometimes, depending on the material. You might have to anneal them and things like that. It's not really a home process.
James, let's clear something up right now. Is it 3D Filoprint or 3D Filoprint?
Yes. Do you know, I've said both when I'm down the shop, and Tim has never corrected me. So I don't know that he really knows. I think it's Filoprint, but I've said Filoprint multiple times, and he's never said, just to be clear.
Well, I know in America we have aluminum, and overseas you got aluminium, and I see that in space movies where they talk about aluminium, but
yeah, they're just wrong though.
Yeah, it's really funny when we do like a droid show, or we might do like an 8-hour marathon or something like that with a bunch of the guys from, we interview people and all that kind of stuff from the films, and there was people going, they're coming up with all these kind of weird names, and I was like, is it Filoprint? Is it Filoprint? Now you're saying Filoprint. I'm like, now I'm doubting myself. I don't know what it's
3D file a print.
Right,
that's how I say it. 3D file a print, but you are right. Filoprint probably makes more sense because it's filament. That's what they stock.
When I'm chatting with people in PMs, I try to break it down hyponetically how I think it is. Try to break it down and get them to say it because I can't hear them say it. It's like a person's name. I try to break it down how it sounds. And they say yes, that's right or wrong. Like Arion filament. A lot of people say Ari 1. It's Arion. Because I talked to one.
Yeah, I say Ari 1. And I'm not going to lie. When I first heard the name, it was from one of the Chinese sellers that I've worked with in the past, and they said it, and I was like, "That doesn't sound like you're saying that word right." And then I thought, I can't say that. I feel like they went to someone and they said, "What do you want to call the printer?" And they said, "Everyone," and then they wrote it down how they thought it was spelt, or they just wrote it down how they thought they were saying the word "everyone." And I was like, is it meant to be everyone? Is that what you're saying? And then, and then it turned out that I was just being a retard, and it was wrong the whole time anyway.
I'm amazed how people can turn off their accents in movies. I've seen so many movies where they don't have an accent, and you think they're American. Then you hear them on a talk show, and it's like, wow, I don't understand how they can turn that on and off like that.
That's acting. I think.
Relearn how to pronounce it.
Yeah, just pretending. That's what, isn't it?
Yeah, pretending.
Here's a bunch of pictures of what I currently got going on where I'm sitting at. I built this a few weeks ago. I brought on a table and I got all kinds of junk on it, which I still have to organize. And that was my kitchen right next to it. And here's where I'm currently sitting. I took my TV down, stuck it there in the middle, and I have to get an adapter coming today from Amazon so I can make that a monitor. And that's an S5 I'm working on for a friend. Here's where the TV used to sit on the second to the top shelf. I just got a lot of resin prints and different things.
That is a lot of That is a lot of things to paint.
Yeah. And I put a shelf up by the ceiling there, and I got 3 under 3 sitting up there. And there's my enclosure with my CR10 for doing ABS. Got a CR10 Max that I have to put the hot end assembly back on that I put on the S5 sitting close to the camera. Then I've got a hybrid ZYLTECH. It's a Core XY 400 by 400 by 500, then a CR10 next to it. And this was my patio that I enclosed a while back. I put a wall up, and this is enclosed now, part of the house. I got my 2 resin printers there, a lot of paint. And then here's another angle, the other side of the room where I got my laser. There's my Ghostbuster car. I'm still working on at 250% scale.
Yeah, that Ghostbuster car is going to take a while.
Yeah, I haven't been working on it. I was hot and heavy on it, and I just got so many projects. Then that's sitting right behind me. I got a ton of models right there. And then in another room, let's see, where's that at? And then there's some bunch of stuff I have on Etsy. I got another room. It's not real organized, as you can see, but That's a bunch of different models that I have. And
where are those models from, Jerry?
What's that?
The ones at the top. Where are they from?
Build It and They Will Come.
Yeah.
Their group, and I used to get a lot of models and I'd print out.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some work on this today because it's been hounding me for a while. So the Stormtrooper Scout helmet needs to get finished ASAP. It's been like sitting on my back shelf for a while.
Do they fit?
Oh, it fits perfectly. Yeah, I just need to sand it and clean it up. Well, I don't have to connect it on.
How are you scaling yours? So I've got a Mando helmet, and I just did it at the scale that it was given to me, and it happens to fit my head. But that was coincidence rather than planned. So how are you scaling yours? Are you? I think there's a program called Armorer or something like that.
This one's already made and it's cut in pieces already. So I just use the same size and it basically fits my head pretty good.
And it does just fit.
So
yeah,
that's one thing I like about S3D. I don't know about most slicers, but you set something on there and you're guesstimating how big is that based on looking at your printer, and in the slicer you're trying to guess how big is that going to turn out. I wish there was a way to in the slicer where you could just measure it like you can in a lot of CAD software. You can scale it.
It does. If you look over on the right hand side where you've got the scale, it will tell you how big it is in X, Y, and Z in millimeters.
The problem is it tells you overall. It doesn't tell you like the inside.
Oh, well, yes, that's true. Yeah, it tells you overall. So if the helmet is whole, then it tells you how big it will be.
That's how I scale up the helmet. I just double click and I take the percentage from like 100 to 110. Usually going a little bigger than however it's designed usually works. I printed an Iron Man helmet 3 times, and because it didn't have a flap on the back that opened, it would never fit over my big head. But I have another helmet that I did. I forget which one it is, Spawn. And it's got that flap on the back with magnets, and then it slips on, and then it clicks down in place.
I had an Iron Man helmet, and I put it on, and I couldn't get it off again. It was it cut my ears getting it off, and it's when you put, because the thing is, right, when you put a Stormtrooper helmet on, right, you put it onto the side, and then it kind of clocks on because it doesn't fit on properly. So you kind of have to kind of wish your face round. And the thing is with that, you can kind of see this. So when you're so Marcel, are you a 501st guy? Are you involved with any of that kind of stuff, or you're not in the garrison or anything? So when you've got the gear on, you literally cannot see anything, and you are blinkered like this. So if there's a child in front of you, that's why you rely on. We have spotters, so people will say, "Trooper, there is a child there," and you go, "Oh, hello there," and you end up kind of looking down and trying to find out exactly what's going on. But it's quite disorientating. And as I said before, anyone that's got to go in the UK, there's probably 2 or 3 guys that do C3PO, and you're bolted into that thing. The way the head goes in, and then it's screwed in. If you're claustrophobic, you've had it. It's So are you doing Mandalorian armor then, Jerry?
No, I haven't. No.
So you're just doing the helmet.
Yeah, I've just got the helmet. I have one that I mailed off for a Christmas present, and then I'm reprinting the second one here now.
Because you guys are quite lucky, because you've got aluminiumizer, I think it's called, which is a spray that basically mirrors the whole of that can mirror the whole of the print. So you guys in the States are really lucky that you guys have got that. We've got a thing over here, which is a spray putty, which I use all the time. And then unfortunately Michael Badley got hold of the information from me, and then he shared it with the community. So trying to find this stuff now is very, very difficult. But like I say, I use it. You can use Bondo, you can use Big Boy Body Filler or P38 or any of that kind of stuff. But of course, really you want the best print quality that you possibly can, and having to fill it is adverse to the whole point of doing it, really, I suppose. But I'm using.
It's one of those things where it comes down to: do you want it to be a 3D printed prop, or do you want it to be a perfect prop? Because the two are, generally speaking, pretty mutually exclusive. Because you can print a Mandalorian helmet, cover it in Carbondo, and then sand it completely flat and get a perfect finish. But at that point, what you've essentially got is a giant paper mache that you've bought a £700 machine to make. You know, if that's how you're going to make it, that's fine. And if what you're worried about is it looking absolutely perfect, really cool. Yeah, that is really cool.
I think it's a very interesting topic, actually, because there's a separation there, isn't there, between something where someone goes, "That's 3D printed," and going, "Is this metal?" And I think that's certainly with the R2 Builder community, when people go up to something and go, "Is that a Badley? Is that a Michael Badley style print?" Yeah. And you're going, and you're offended because I'm like, "This is a £15,000 aluminium droid. What are you talking about?" And it's like, whoa, hang on a minute. What? Get back in your box. Think about what you're saying here. And the fact that people are able to do that. Craig Pay and Marcel, I don't know if you know Craig, but he's got the filling down to a fine art, and you just would not know. It's phenomenal how good his filling is. And again, he said to me, I don't spend a lot of time. The print's got to be perfect. I do a couple of layers, sand it back, and it looks really, really nice. And it does. It's impeccable.
It's a shame that we can't print things that are like made out of Kevlar and are actually functional, that if you actually got shot, it wouldn't go through it, where it's not a toy. That would be cool someday to have the technology and let it be inexpensive, where you could print stuff like you see in movies would really be functional and work. I
just tend to try and avoid situations where I'd get shot.
Well, I mean, no.
Living in the UK,
it's like if I wanted to print a motorcycle helmet and actually it'd be certified. I mean, where I could actually print it while drive, and if I had a wreck, it's not going to shatter.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is what's annoying is you absolutely could 3D print a motorcycle helmet or a cycle helmet. It would just probably do more damage to you when you crashed than if you hadn't worn a helmet at all. Because if you went in with like antlers sticking out the side of your head and they'd be like, "What is that? What's happened? Did you crash into like a really giant deer?" Oh no, my bicycle helmet completely exploded.
Death by Bondo.
Yeah, but I use hold on. I use this stuff. It's ZYLTECH primer, and it's like a high build primer. So a couple of coats of that. It's relatively easy to sand it back. So if you've not got a terrible layer, then going over it with that, and you can sand out the majority of whatever. But then I just use polyfiller one fill. If whatever I've got is genuinely that bad, it dries super quickly. You can put it on with your fingers, and
that's what it says on the tin.
Does what it says on the tin. It fills in the holes. So it's nice and easy. I like to sometimes I wet my paintbrush and I sort of water it down a bit, and then I can almost paint it on like the green stuff you can buy from Citadel.
I haven't tried it, but I hear that you can just brush resin on the same way and cure it with your UV flashlight and get a glass-like finish. But I've never tried putting it on PLA.
Well, there's also a trick to use acetone and ABS, like support ABS. So you just mix that together and it becomes like a glue, and it's perfect for assembling parts together.
Well, it's vapor smoothing as well for
acetone and ABS for gluing prints together. I'll just run down to Lowe's or Home Depot, the hardware store, buy ABS cement, and it's already made. It's ABS glue. Why make it yourself? But you just go buy a little can for $3 or $4, paint it on, and you're done. I've done that.
I like using up my supports the way I can, though. Like I still have like a box of support materials and stuff that I want to use somewhere. Just
I've had supports fail on prints before, and you're looking for the blue tape, or you're looking for your glue gun or something, and while it's moving, you're trying to sit there and fix it and not bump into the print while it's going back and forth.
I use this stuff. So I use Mitre Bond's 2-part. It's fine. This is just what I use for like PLA and PETG and things like that. So you put it's just like a regular super glue, and then that's just the activator, and inside 2 seconds it's set solid.
I use what's called 2B10. It's a blue can. I get it on Amazon. It will work on wood trim, whatever.
Yeah.
But again, it's still like a super glue. And on a lot of my models that I printed over the however many years, if they should fall over or something breaks, it's always going to be that super glue joint that pulled apart, and it didn't actually bond.
It becomes brittle over time, basically.
Glue does work, but glue dries out. You buy a little bottle. If you don't use it right away, it'll dry out in the bottle. And if you buy it like testers, it's real runny. And then once you squeeze it, try to get good luck trying to get the cap back on. It keeps running out.
Yeah. So I tried some of this stuff, which is like a 2-part epoxy, and it works really well as a glue. But that's not what it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be a brush-on smoother. The issue that you have is that it is that when you mix it, it's way, way too thick, so you lose detail. If you're trying to follow him out the room.
A minute.
Even his camera's a droid.
Yeah. So it's just an epoxy resin, and when it goes over it, and I found the same when I did. I tried acetone smoothing with an ABS print, and if what you want is a flat surface, it's great. But if your model has detail,
I'm not going to ignore him for 15 minutes this time because I see him. We have another guest popping in. We've got another man from Canada. DeWitt Tim is popping in.
Oh, I got 15 minutes. It was more like a half hour last time. I'm kidding, Jerry. Hey guys.
Yeah, when I had a whole bunch of people in chat a few weeks ago, and Tim was down below, and I didn't see him down there at the bottom of my screen. And he just sat there, doing this, and I didn't see him. So he finally made a comment in chat, and I looked at it, it's like, huh? And then I realized he was sitting down there.
It's okay. I've forgiven you a long time ago, Jerry.
What are you up to? What do you got going on?
Oh, we're just at the office, killing time at the end of the day. I had an interesting day today. I'm in an office tower downtown here, right? And we had a tenant move out on the 4th floor, and they asked me to go up and remove all the vinyl off the windows and in the interior offices and stuff. And this tenant left a lot of stuff behind when they moved out. So we've been in this building probably 25 years. That's why we have a good rapport with the management and everything. And I actually managed to swing for free a $10,000 blueprint printer for our business.
Wow. Nice.
And the thing, it only has like 1,100 prints done on it. It works beautiful. It came with all kinds of extra ink, all kinds of rolls of paper. So I said to them, "Can I have this?" They said, "Take it." So,
wow, cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. So within like 10 minutes, you need to hurry up and try to get that out until they check with somebody and change your mind.
Well, exactly. Well, I got that printer. We got a large rotary trimmer, and then I also got 2 drafting stools because I need a new stool for my studio at home. So I got 2 chairs. So
cool, very awesome.
It was a good day.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Tim, have you met Sam, the real apprentice, right next to you?
No, not yet. No. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
I love the fact that Jerry calls me the real apprentice. I don't know what that's all about.
Real apprentice.
I don't think I've met James yet either. So.
No, we've not met yet. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think I've seen Marcel a few times. Yeah, definitely.
So Sam, tell me, where did that come from? The real Sam Prentice? Is there a fake one?
Well, you know what? You know what? There's a few, and there's nothing more annoying when you try and put your username. So my Twitter is @SamPrentice, and then I try and put it into Instagram and these other things, and try and get this kind of social networking thing going on. And I thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to go with the real. And then, of course, Mr. Trump, I think, also had the real Donald Trump, didn't he, or something along those lines? And I was just like, oh, God, now I'm almost associated with that guy, which is pitiful, of course. And I know you don't talk about politics because I've listened, but and I won't go down that road. But, so I just kind of went with that, really. And then the channel became this whole thing. And,
So hold on, your actual name is Sam Prentice. I thought it was like a skew on Apprentice. I thought your name was Sam, and you was like, I am an apprentice, so it's Sam Prentice. Your actual name is Sam. What?
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that was really deep.
I thought it was like amateur. I thought it was like the real Sam Prentice, as if you were an amateur apprentice or something like that. And it was
he's still
like a maker's thing.
No, the weird thing is. And I did so basically my former job was as a sales guy. So I'd go out and we'd sell and all this kind of stuff. And I've been in the electronic waste business for a long, long time. And I got involved with so the business I'm in now. We're doing really well. It's a great business, and my business partner is also called Sam. So it really kind of is, a little bit awkward at times when someone rings up and wants to speak to Sam and they don't know which one. So, but in the early days, I got into this whole thing about going on The Apprentice. and
Right.
my middle name is Alexander. So they had me do a screen test. So I got through all this stuff, and it was cringeworthy. And I'm doing this screen test, and they're going, "Oh, so you're already an apprentice? That's going to be your hook." And I'm going, "Oh, guys, I just want to pitch my idea and get some funding. That's all I want. I don't want all this drama and falling out with people and to be made out to be some sort of something that I'm not." And a lot of those guys use it as a platform to basically do social talking and speaking and all that kind of stuff, which has kind of come naturally, I think, anyway. And I'm so glad that I didn't get involved with it and didn't do it, because being that guy, and I'm already that guy for a lot of other different things, LED lighting on the house, which I did a big lighting show this year, the droids. I was involved again with nightclubs and stuff years ago. So you're that guy that used to work at that club, and I remember you. And it's like, oh god, I can't go to the local shops without being spotted by somebody. And now it's the R2D2 guy. So as I was going to say earlier, Marcel, I don't know if we've ever met, but I was in Celebration in Chicago, and there's people coming up to me and going, "Oh my god, I follow you on Instagram, and you're my inspiration behind all this stuff." And I'm going, I don't know what's going on. And
it's a secret way of saying, I blame you when my wife asks why I have these things.
Yeah, or she's left me or whatever. Yeah. But what's really, really nice and what's poignant within this hobby is that if you're able to inspire somebody to do, not to give up, not to throw their printer out the window, not to carry on with their particular print, that for me is hugely rewarding. And if I've got any of that kind of power to put forward, then that I'm
do you not find it as a responsibility as well? So when I'm on Facebook, someone reaches out to me and says, I'm getting into 3D printing, I've seen you've posted some stuff, what printer should I get? And you say like, well, I like the longer LK4 or the Ender or the Sidewinder or whatever, and they get one. And then it seems their actual question was, which printer can I get that you're going to give me an infinite amount of free technical support with? Because everything that happens from this point, your fault. I wasn't even going to get a printer. I only saw you, and you're the reason it's here. So it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Like, I don't know. Why? What did you do? Did you assemble it properly? Well, I haven't plugged it in, but it's not turning on.
I got into printing 4 years ago. I got on the Facebook groups and I found out about the CR10. I seen Kevin Sharp over in the UK doing some really cool statues and Sanix. That got me interested. So by the time the printer actually came from China, I already knew a lot about it because I researched it. I got it, I plugged it in, it printed fine. I had no problems. And if I had a problem, I go on a group, I go to the search feature, and I find out somebody else that had that problem and how they resolved it. Because out of 100 comments, only 10 of them are right, and other ones are people's opinions, and they're wrong. But I've had very few problems throughout the last 4 years.
Yeah. Well, the CR10, you get 100 hours free printing without any problems, and then after that, then things start developing. And that's the thing is, if you got an early one, you generally got the high quality parts. As things went on, and I'd buy another printer. Oh, another S5 just turned up, awesome. And then I would then notice, that's gone wrong. And then you can fault find when someone says, oh my God, something's going on with my Y-axis. I don't know why I'm getting skipping. Check the bearing. Oh yeah, it's that. And this is the person you need to speak to on eBay who's going to sort you out. That's brilliant. Thanks very much. And those kind of things are really, really easy. But I generally won't go on to a Facebook group and try and help somebody unless they ask me for it. So I've got I don't know if you know John Tripod from Tripod's Garage. He did awesome guy. Love John to bits. He's a cool cat for sure. And he did the SKR upgrade on the Ender 5 Plus, right? So I was following his video, and I think this is what you do. You kind of follow suit. So if somebody sees something on YouTube and you get a bit of a following, great. And then somebody does that, and I started doing that. And then I reached out to him, and he knew who I was already, and that was kind of weird for me. And all of a sudden, we did an interview together, and I think we're going to do one again soon. And we got similar kind of likes and stuff, which is really nice. So all of a sudden, and especially in this kind of lockdown environment, this is good for your mental health. Being able to talk to, I commend you as well, Jerry, because going on and doing this, it can be, I'm sure, a labor of love sometimes, and I'm sure you get a lot out of it as well. But we're locked down. We've been in lockdown in the UK for about 305 days now, and it's getting a little bit tedious. And there's probably a good reason why the British don't have guns in this country. But we're at that point now. I think we're all about to go a little bit mental. So the fact that I've got this and I'm busy, I think says a lot for the hobby, really.
Can you go to the grocery store on lockdown, or not even the grocery store?
Well, we live in Surrey, so we have it delivered.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's the same, and it's the same for us as well. So you can go to the grocery store. The problem is it's full of people, and I don't like that. So you try to actively avoid it. So you either do home deliveries, or you end up doing like click and collects, where you go and somebody else has already put all their dirty hands all over your food and put it in a bag and left it by the shop door, sort of thing. So it's so we end up doing things like that. They were talking about making our lockdown even stricter, where they basically were saying you could only go out of your house once a week to do any shopping. Other than that, you have to stay home, because we have the new COVID variant, because we're inventors in this country. So we invented a whole new way for COVID to be awful. And they announced today as well that they've upped the fines. So if you're caught out of your house for a non-legitimate reason, then it's like £800, which is like 1,500 American pesos, I think, or whatever it is.
Well, you know what, James? The best thing that's happened to me in the recent weeks is that I upstairs in my bedroom we don't have a TV aerial, so I can't get TV, the normal terrestrial TV. So I go on YouTube and I inevitably watch Sky News, and I did it one morning and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing! There's no COVID news, and I was watching news from 12 months ago. When it was a few years back, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I didn't realize giraffes did that, and just this pointless news.
All the other stuff that you miss out on.
So to my wife, well, it just seems a bit better, doesn't it? There's no news on anything else, and there was a bit of Trump and all that kind of crap. And I was like, oh yeah, this is really cool. I'm down with this. And then I realized I'm watching this. I was like, oh my god, this has already happened, And I was like, oh, but actually looking back, everyone complained about what they used to have and how crap their life was before. Now it's seriously crap. So, what I say to the guys that I employ is, you know what, guys, they're asking you to stay at home. They're not asking you to go into the trenches and fight a war. So, count yourself lucky. This isn't a world war. The government aren't calling upon you to go and do something heinous. They're asking for you to go home and get paid for it.
Yeah, I'm ex-military, so this isn't the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
Sure.
But yeah, it's crap. The worst thing for me. So I'm a contract project manager for banks. Right. So this COVID has probably cost me. I mean, it's cost me a lot, a lot. So
we did have a lockdown here. It didn't really affect me personally because I'm retired and I'm at home so much anyway. But if I needed to go to the grocery store or to Home Depot or Lowe's, they were open anyway. The only thing that really irked me is when I go to the store and I want to buy something and somebody hoarded it. And I'm thinking, what the hell? I mean, hoarding is ridiculous. Why do people do that? The store isn't going to close. It's there. But as you know, it still happens. Certain things are wiped out all the time. It's like, why? There's no reason for that.
So they did a study, didn't they? And they said that if you were trying to if you're trying to showcase the mentality of the average person, then the higher sales of toilet roll is the first sign of panic buying, because it's seen as large, so it must be important. It's cheap, so everybody can afford it, and you see it and you think that is essential. So they get it, and they think, right, now that I've got this, I'm going to be okay. I can poo for the next 6 months, and this is going to be all right. And they don't think about the fact that they've got to put food in to make that. They just think, no, I've got the big thing, and the big thing must be important because it's big. And apparently it was a real last minute preppers. Yeah, I mean, prepping for one specific thing which is a nationwide diarrhea epidemic.
I remember
which is not what happens.
I remember 4 or 5 months ago, I went to a store called Albertsons, and they had this big giant pack of toilet paper, and there's the only one that was there, and I grabbed it, and I felt really good about it. It's like, wow, I won something. And I get home and look at it, it was single ply. I'm like, oh,
Oh
no.
my goodness.
It's never going to be that bad. I'm just going to do it at least.
We still have plenty of it in the laundry room.
I think I honestly feel that I was
Fold it over and build it up. It's still single ply. So
First real problem. Yeah.
I've got to admit, Jerry, I do think that I was socially distanced before it was cool. You know, that was that was my thing. And I as you alluded to earlier, James, I'm quite happy being inside doing my own thing, really. And if it means I'm surrounded by robots and 3D printing stuff and fault finding and trying to look at Marlin code or whatever, then it is what it is. But it's also nice to have that freedom and flexibility. And when you don't have that, I think that's when people really start going a little bit stir crazy.
Yeah, when I watch the news, I see all this crazy stuff going on all over the country. But when I go out, I don't see that in public. I don't go out much. But my brother had to have surgery in the hospital here a few months ago. And that's when all this was going on. When I went down there to visit him, I didn't see any signs of that around where I was, the parking lot, the people going in the main front door. When I went up to his floor, of course, there was one person at a time could visit, but I didn't visually see any of what I'd seen on TV.
So I was last week. I was delivering some more face shields to the NHS that Filoprint have been printing because they've been supporting some of our care homes. And Southend Hospital, they're treating people in the backs of ambulances because they've got no beds.
Wow.
There are 35 ambulances sitting in the front of Southend Hospital, and doctors are going out with all their equipment and everything else, all the IV bags and everything, and they're treating patients in the backs of ambulances because they've not got they've not just got regular beds, they've not even got ER beds.
Right.
So they're doing that.
Sad.
I guess somebody could open up an Etsy store, and I hate to say this, and 3D print urns have different designs on them, but
So someone did try to do it with the face shields. Like, bearing in mind that almost all of the face shield designs out there are free, there was a bunch of people who got banned from Etsy because they were trying to sell 3D printed face shields.
if they designed them, it shouldn't matter. Anything that can help people. I mean, Tim makes those door saber key things, and he sells them to some people that sell them on Etsy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if somebody's willing to buy it, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just to be take somebody else's design and you're selling. Well, then it's
which is what they were doing. They were some of them were actually doing the Prusa one. They were and it had still have Prusa written down the side of it, and they were still trying to sell those.
Okay, that comment right there is because I'm talking about 3D printing urns. But anyway.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know that you're really going to care what your urn's made out of afterwards, are you? You don't really have an opinion about it after that. I don't think I'd care.
Well, hopefully things will get better this year. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's going
to. I think you're right. I think what we've been saying recently is things along the lines of we're going to have to get used to living beside this for a while until you've got the jab in your arm. And after that point, we can all move on. But, it's not really impeding me. But that's not to say that it isn't impeding other people. So, it's a real treacherous, horrible, bloody thing. And,
the entertainment.
If it means 3D printing urns, then I'm down for that.
My wife, the other day, we went to the store. We went somewhere. I don't remember where it was. And I go, look, everybody's either a ninja or a doctor. Depending on which face mask they have on, they're a ninja or a doctor.
Yeah.
We dress up. Just have a cool face mask on.
Here we have cowboys too. They wear the bandanas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you go in a bank wearing a bandana. I want somebody to hold out your card and your paperwork, but
just don't bring your gun with you.
Yeah.
I tried wearing my Mandalorian helmet, and my wife wouldn't even let me in the car.
Yeah, that happens, dude.
No, you're not going out like that. I was like, but to be clear, I'm covering my face. Like, this counts. She's like, no, it doesn't count. Get out.
Oh, wow.
All right, well, we're not doing this then.
That's Dirty Harry right there.
That's right. Just got to shave a little bit more.
Yeah,
this is all 3D printed.
Yeah, so I did the Harley Quinn gun from
nice.
Suicide Squad.
Wow.
Oh,
nice.
that's cool. That looks really nice. I was thinking about doing that one too.
It's Rub and Buff. Rub and Buff
Yeah.
is it's just amazing. I love it.
That's actually what a lot of the guys use on the R2D2 domes.
Yeah.
If they're 3D printed and stuff as well. Yeah, Rub and Buff is certainly the way forward for those guys.
And I noticed that there's a helmet I printed a while back off of a Build It and They Will Come. I forget which one it was, but I seen a picture that I Googled from the movie. And in the movie, evidently, because the helmet had so much electronics on it, it was very large. And I read in the article that in the movie, somehow they shrunk it down after the fact to make it look like a normal size. But the prop was a lot bigger in person. Have you ever heard of such a thing, Sam?
What film? Which film is this?
I don't remember what it was or which helmet, but actually it was.
It'd been easier to have used force perspective, wouldn't it, than to have CGI'd it smaller. Otherwise, you just CGI a helmet to begin with. There's no point in making a giant helmet and then making it slightly smaller through CGI. Just make it in CGI to begin with.
And a lot of CGI wasn't around when a lot of this stuff was filmed.
They might have done forced perspective, where they literally made him stand further back so his helmet looked smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Certainly nothing that I've seen on set or anything like that. You know, it's the stuff that these guys make. You know, people have come onto set and gone, "Wow, how are they doing that live CG?" And that's the mask that these guys have made. It's incredible, absolutely incredible works of art. And you know, I stumbled across Dio, the little droid I showed you a minute ago. This guy, and I was like, I walked in, and no word of a lie. So I walked into a tent where those guys were using this on a stand, and it's green screened. They got green. They're wearing all green and all that. And I looked at it and went, "What's this?" And they said, "Oh, it's a character called Dio." I was like, "All right." And I was looking at it, and I was like, "There's no way in hell those builders are ever going to be able to make this. It's a single wheel that turns left and right. Ha ha ha! You know, it's never going to happen." My God, did I have to eat my words when I was at Celebration and Dio comes running out. And I was like, then we went to dinner in the evening with the creator of that particular droid. And I was sat next to his wife, and she said, "Oh God, he's been 3D printing for weeks to try to make that bloody thing work." And I'm going, "All right, how does that?" And it was really interesting to get the partner's perspective. And she was really annoyed with him that's all he's been doing is trying to create this thing and putting all the speed controllers and motors and stuff into this to make it work for this one event. And don't get me wrong, it was amazing, absolutely epic. Okay. But you know, it's interesting to see what the partners have to say. Maybe you should do a show, Jerry, where it's the wives or the partners. Yeah. And you know, they can just sort of bitch and moan about it.
I've tried to get my wife on a couple of my videos, and she said she wanted to, but then she won't. I wanted her to drop in on this stream today, and it was like pulling teeth just trying to get her to do a test with me. But she's not interested. But I wish she would.
It's a new show, Jerry. 3D printing wives.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
It'd be a long stream.
She says, "Well, I don't know anything about 3D printing." Well, she's heard me for 4 years talk about it daily. I'm sure she has a lot of information that would come spewing out of her mouth if you ask her a question.
I bet.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. It could be a new hook. A nice pinch.
It's like when she got on YouTube here a year or so ago, and she said, "Well, don't use your name Brandy Knapp. Let's make up one. You like Betty Boop? Be Betty Boop." And she was 45 at the time. Now I think she's 46. So we went with Betty Boop 45.
Fair enough.
That was a fun way to out your wife's age on YouTube for absolutely no reason, Jerry. Well done.
Yeah, I need
to. It's going to play out really well after this stream. I'm really going to enjoy that.
Something while I'm building a printer.
Good luck with getting your lunch.
I done a video the other day, and I'm referring to the instructions. She watched. She said, "Why do you keep looking at the instructions?" I said, "Because somebody that bought that is going to read the instructions and know how to do it. So I want to read the instructions to see what they say. That's why."
It's true.
And I see Prime is across the street making a delivery, and I got a Prime delivery coming, but they haven't came to my gate yet. On that TV I showed you, I'm watching the Prime truck. I got a doorbell out by my street, so if they push the button, it'll go ding dong, ding ding ding, and my dogs will go crazy and start barking, and like it's the end of the world.
Just sit at the window like a spaniel, waiting for its owner to come home. The guy comes, I was like, is it for me? Is it for me?
Can I ask a question to Tim? I've just subscribed to your channel.
Oh, thank you.
What are you about? What do you do? You're sitting very quietly there.
Oh, well, I work in this business full time that I'm in right now. It's a digital print and sign shop with 3D printing services as well. And then I just decided, with the encouragement of some of the people in the community, including Jerry and Dan, to give a shot going at my own 3D channel. So I do builds of different printers. I'll do repairs. I'll do printers. I've got a laser I've built. So I do a live stream every Sunday night. Like this Sunday night, I'm building a Mingda Rock 3. It's going to be the largest printer I've bought yet. So yeah, and I just do that because I don't have nearly the knowledge of some of these people with the bigger streams, but some people that have told me they like my stream because I make mistakes. I make mistakes and I learn from them. And so, and it's a different perspective, right? So it's not perfect. So I'm learning as I teach other people, and I'm trying. And people ask me questions and advice, and if I can answer, I do. If I don't, I say I don't know. So yeah, it's just because I've fallen.
What that printer is.
I've dove headfirst into this hobby, and I figure I may as well go all out. So
yeah, your logo is catchy. You got your video work is good. Everything you do is great.
yeah,
And nobody knows everything. We're always learning from everybody else. Nobody knows everything. And everybody enjoys learning. You never know what they might pick up. And what's good about having a live stream and people do or don't watch is you never know what someone's going to show or they're going to talk about next. It's always good to rewatch them because you never know when you're going to say, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I just heard that. But yeah.
So that's a Mingda Rock 3. Is that right, Tim?
Mingda Rock 3, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like it's got a big TreeTech board in there.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's got an E3D style hot end. That looks cool, actually. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, another one of my friends up here that runs a channel called The First Layer, he did a review on it, and we gave it really good review. So I thought I'm going to
Richard and Brian.
Yeah, Richard and Brian. I want to build a big. I want to print big stuff. I have a few friends asking me to buy a Mandalorian helmet or whatever they're called. Yeah, I've never printed one, so I said, well, I'll have this printer. I can print them for you, and if they want to buy them off me, good.
Smash it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
I actually bought myself a new, faster PC yesterday. I got to set up tonight because my little laptop I've been using I bring it to its knees when I hook up all my cameras, the microphones. I've got a stream deck now I want to hook up, so I decided I have to invest in a good computer. So I'll hook that up, and hopefully I get it up and running in time for Sunday stream. So
whenever I print a helmet or a head, I never have internal supports because of the angle. It can print it fine with no problem with very minor damage in the top. But in simplified 3D, I'll drop a model in on the build plate. I'll angle it back slightly. I let S3D put the supports in manually. I turn it sideways, and I spend 25 minutes unchecking all those internal supports. And quite often, if I don't save the file before I get done, if the computer locks up or the program has a problem, I got to reload it and do the whole process over again. I wish I could just circle them and get rid of them. The last time that happened to me, I said, okay, I'll put them in manually, which was a pain because I don't want to miss some spot and have something screw up where you got to go around and click every single one and add it. I'd rather add them and then take them away than try to add them and miss something, and then I might have a screw up. And I don't print helmets upside down because I don't want to have to deal with that damage. So I'd rather have it print perfect and have minor screw up on the inside.
You can always clean that up. Yeah.
And so many people a lot of times will build a big tower in the center that's not needed. There's going to be very minor damage. You can do the arc, no problem.
That's good to know. Yeah. And you can always put a little piece of foam in top to protect someone's head if they're wearing it. Yeah.
Everybody has foam out of your packing from all your printers. There's plenty of foam.
Yeah.
Just take a hot glue piece up in there. Hot glue would probably hold it.
So Prusa Slicer does paint on supports now. Where you can literally sort of change your brush size and you just go this area, please, and then it will do it.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've never tried it yet.
So Prusa Slicer, it used to be the other version was a pain because obviously it was only really 4 Prusas. You could go in and set up a custom machine, but switching between profiles was a pain, and you didn't really have any stock profiles for anything other than a Prusa, as in a Mark III or a Mini. But now they've got Ender 3 profiles and a bunch of Creality stuff and Flash Forges and all sorts of things. So you can go in and just set one up with one of their base profiles and play about with it from there. Powerful bit of software. It's designed a decent bit of software there.
Cool.
Yeah, whenever I do a Hangout, Sam, you're always welcome to drop in and just hang out and chat. Nobody's required to stay here the whole time. If you just want to pop in for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and say, hey, guys, or, you know.
Like I say, normally when you guys come on, I'm normally kind of like getting ready for bed and stuff. So it's kind of like, you know,
I'm different.
It's a bit of a shame, really. And I have caught a few of your channels. And who's the guy that does all the space shuttles? What's his name?
Liam.
Astroprint.
Astro, yeah. So I met Astro through the ZYLTECH channel, and he was doing some help out with Spring, and we were going to go live in about an hour, and he was panicking because he thought I was late or not going to turn up, and I'm like, no, I'm just sat here, dude. It's all good. And we had an hour until it was happening anyway. So he was trying to like, oh, Spring, what's going on? And it's like, it's totally cool, dude. It's all fine.
She hit me on and we talked for like 2 hours, I think it was. And then she dropped out of the stream. And since I'm a streamer myself, it was no problem. I don't sit there and freeze. I can run the show without somebody.
Yeah.
I like to talk a lot. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, they had me on. They had me on Christmas Day of all days, and I was on. She said, "Oh, it'd be an hour." I said, "Yeah, fine." And it was 2.5 hours. And my mum and my wife were in the lounge, and they were like, "Yeah, that was 2.5 hours, Sam." And I'm like, "Yeah." And I was drinking. I had a full beard, Christmas hat on, all this kind of stuff. Anything could have happened, you know. And it was the day I was singing while I was cooking and all that, you know. So it was proper crazy. But I really, you know, I like ZYLTECH as a business, and they've got some of these, you know. So I've done some work with Creality, and I'm sure you guys have as well. And I was dealing with Corey at the time, and then it's just sort of all of a sudden gone into very kind of big business, and they've lost the identity a little bit. It's the way I feel about it. And what was really nice about ZYLTECH is that I can have a chat with Spring, and I can say, look, I've got this idea. What do you think of this? Or she will, most of the time, come to me and go, hey, I've got this idea, Sam. What about this? And I'm like, yeah. So she got me hooked into octoprinting. So I wasn't going to do any of that because I like doing it and I'm manually tuning it. She's like, oh, have you tried Octopi? So I set the Octopi up on my ZYLTECH printer, and now I've got like 5 pies. You know, it's sort of like this is sort of grown legs. And you know, thanks Norm, thanks guys. You know, that was kind of cool, really, because all of a sudden it gave me inspiration to do better. And then I think somebody mentioned Clipper earlier, right?
Yeah.
So I've been trying to work Clipper, and oh my god, it was just I couldn't grasp it. And I was like, just give me the Marlin software, and I'll spend 3 days coding it. You know, and the Clipper thing sort of melted my brain a little bit.
There's a lot of people who are trying to. So to be fair, most of the Marlin alternatives were back before Marlin 2.0. So before Marlin 2.0, you were essentially using a firmware that was invented for CNC machines. It was never originally designed to do 3D. It was designed to do 2D and CNC stuff. But then Marlin 2 came out, and most of the features that all these other firmwares were sort of trying to get, they amalgamated most of them into that, and then they sort of brought in 32-bit board support and all that sort of stuff. So it really, Marlin 2 reinvented itself quite a bit. There's a lot of significant changes in Marlin 2. I've used Clipper.
ZYLTECH's filament prints really nice, and when Spring had me on, I'm glad that she sent me a list of questions. I printed that out because her English is good, but not perfect. And then static in the camera, the quality of the video. I'm glad she had it. And she started talking about something, but I couldn't hear her clearly. I could find it on the page and run with it. So,
yeah, she always asked me to slow down because I'm a speed talker, and I will. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. And if I'm excited about a topic as well, I'm just like So, and you know, she said, please slow down. I'm going, I'm so sorry, Spring. I don't mean to talk too quickly, so she can't understand. But again, we've been through the ringer with this kind of stuff, and there was a whole Creality thing. I was getting involved with that, and I was just like, do you know what? I actually quite like ZYLTECH as the smaller company because their filament is brilliant. And again, I've printed this whole droid up here, all 3D printed with ZYLTECH filament. It was sponsored by them, and again, that's going to be running around Comic-Cons and various other places before you know it. So, you know, it's a cool thing to get involved with, and it demonstrates the skill, it demonstrates the filament, and it's not something that's, you know, small. I'm not printing a benchy, you know, I'm printing something that's taken, you know, 6 weeks to actually physically print. So, you know, that's kind of what it's all about, really. What was that about the Brits?
No, you did. Yeah, and I know what you mean. So I've worked with Creality on a couple of occasions, and where they were probably even sort of 2-3 years ago versus where they are now in a, without blaming anybody, in a post Naomi Wu world, where Naomi Wu has done probably more for the 3D printing community than most than really anybody else can make a claim for, because she has worked with Creality since the beginning, and Creality really are the ones that brought that desktop printing to the home. But yeah, as soon as they did the CR6 and they did it on a Kickstarter, I was like, okay, that's some questionable choices. And then they did the belt printer, and I was like, okay, right, fine. It's sort of, yeah, they're not reinventing anything. All they're trying to do is the same thing as before, but cheaper, or, you know, they're not really doing anything innovative at the moment. Whereas, you know, ZYLTECH's starting to do some of its multi-material things. Longer have come into the play a lot more. Anycubic are doing better than they used to, especially on SLA. I mean, Anycubic when they did the Photon, they pushed SLA printing or DLP printing directly into mainstream. They brought out a printer that was 1/10 of the price of its nearest commercial competitor. And it was, you know, you couldn't buy a DLP machine for less than $3,000. And then they brought one out and they were like, yeah, $250, that'll work.
I reviewed the TiVo Tarantula Pro. It's got a lot of metal. It's a great little printer. I love it. And even though I got it free, it's a great little printer. I've never had any trouble with it. And then they came out with the Homer when they rebranded. It's all plastic. Then they came out with the one after that's all plastic. Come on, all plastic? No. I mean, the extrusion is metal, but everything else is plastic. It's like, no.
I had a meeting. I had a meeting with the guy from Homer's, and it was my first like UK to China meeting. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna be. That's it. I was like, I'm gonna brush my hair, make sure I'm all smart and everything. And I got onto a webcam with him, and I was like, oh my God, what's happening? He's in this warehouse, and there is just craziness happening all around him. And I was like, so we want to talk about reviewing this printer. And it was chaos. It was just absolute chaos there. And then his phone cut out, and then I was like, I don't know where we're going with this. And, you know, they sent me one to review, and, you know, it's okay as long as you set it up right. But these things are okay to start with. If you're doing a review, you really need to do a solid review and then revisit it. So 3 months later, I've been printing with this. I have been physically using it. And, you know, I've had screen blackouts. I've had SD card issues. I've had, you know, a bunch of stuff. But at the time, and bear in mind, the videos that I put out were me in a hotel room somewhere building a printer because I was on site doing stuff. And I thought, well, this could be fun. So, and then I got onto a stream with someone. They go, oh, that's the guy that's 3D printing in his hotel rooms. And I'm going, no, don't know me for that. For goodness sake, know me for the guy that the camera angle goes really weird, or something that, you know, an apprentice or whatever, you know, on my hashtag or whatever. But, you know, it's, and now they're pushing a new printer I see now as well. And I was just, and that their Delta, their monster, the mini monster or whatever it was called, that is an exceptional printer in my opinion. And it seems like they're regressing down into support issues and a bunch of stuff that's online. You only have to read the comments, and they're not getting the support that's needed there, which is a real shame, because actually the TiVo brand was pretty strong.
Yeah, that new gray one that they're coming out with, that gray looking, funny, goofy looking space thing, it looks like complete garbage. I don't even like it. It doesn't even really look like a printer. I mean,
Artillery
you want to make a microwave oven or a toaster, and no, I don't like the way it looks.
Yeah, Artillery are doing the same though. So Artillery made the Sidewinder, which, you know, okay, it's not a perfect machine by any stretch. There are some design issues. The bed cable flexes too much, and those flat ribbon cables aren't really exactly what they should be. But it is a really good machine. To me, the Sidewinder is what the CR10 Pro should have been, and it's a good solid machine. Then they brought out the Genius, which is kind of a smaller, plasticier, crapper, cheaper version. And now they're bringing out the Hornet, which I'm hoping to get a review model of. And to be honest with you, it kind of just looks like a small T-Vote. Like it's got that, the color coded front bar thing and all of that. And I think people were really hoping they were going to bring out sort of a Sidewinder V2. And that was going to be them fixing the community issues that people have had with the machine, and it's and the Hornet, I just don't think it's going to be, and it's not really answering a question that the market is asking for,
Like a lot of this stuff is the same stuff as well, isn't it? There's a lot of white label stuff out there. So Creality are famous for that. It's just another rebrand of whatever they've done previously, but it's a bit crapper, as you say. It's got an 8-bit board in it rather than a 32-bit board. The silent stepper motor stuff, which is something that as soon as I got that, I was like, oh my god, I had like tinnitus from hearing my 3D printer going, and that's what you'd hear. And when it was downstairs in my house previously, I'd go to bed and I could still hear the printer, and I could hear it when it wasn't even running.
Yeah, so, that's happened to me. You're used to hearing them run for so much, and you get up one morning and it's like, is that done already? And you're imagining it because you're so used to hearing the sound. And I don't like things that are completely quiet based on their noise. If they're not too loud, you can tell what they're doing.
Yeah. But then, it's very much the same as, having a tank full of gas and doing what we call, in the UK, we call it like petrol roulette, where are we going to make it to the petrol station before, I know I've got 4 miles left and it's 6 miles to the petrol station. Can I make this work? And it's that kind of thing, that kind of thing where you're hearing something. And I put the TMC drivers in my Creality, and I was like, is it even on still? Is it still working? And I kept looking because I was worried that I couldn't hear it. And it's a bit like the old dial-up modems, it's that kind of that kind of noise that you used to hear, that kind of robotic noise, and you don't hear that now. But a lot of people are still reaching out to me and saying, "Hey, I got a Creality, and I'm thinking about buying their silent board," and I'm going, go Big Tree Tech, because I can literally just send you all the blurb on that, and there's a video, and it's all pre-done and ready to go. But again, it's like I say, people reaching out, I love it, and I love helping people, and I'm down for that, whichever way you look at it. I prefer to know what my printer's up to. Yeah, well, that's what Octoprint's for, right?
Yeah, keeping an eye on her.
I don't want to hear it.
I know what my printer's up to, and it's always plotting silently in the background. It's waiting for me to let my guard down so that it can go, James, do you really need this thing? I'm terribly sorry.
When I started doing YouTube, when I very started doing it, one of my first couple of videos was, "Is my 3D printer trying to kill me?" That was what I was asking people, and that would be part of the format of the questions. And generally people will go, "Yeah, I think they are actually." And it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of question, but we're running some serious hardware now. I'm running a 240 volt heat bed on this thing using, should I say it, relatively cheap Chinese parts. What could possibly go wrong? And then last night I was Googling, what sort of smoke detector can I put on my 3D printer, just in case it goes terribly wrong, because I care about more about my house than I do my 3D printer. So, come on.
Well, you've got your priorities wrong. I built a house at the end of my garden. It's a house.
I got a question, Sam, about your R2D2. How wide across is a dome? Is it like 400 by 400? And about how tall is an R2D2?
It's 400. The dome is 465 millimeters. So you do need a 500 build plate in order to whack that on there. And again, you want a brim on that print as well. So that's the way forward. And again, these things are single print. So I'll bring this. This is an R7 dome, and this is a this is in, oh God, here we go again. This is in PLA Plus. It's a single print. And again, there's no mess or anything. There's not much to tidy up inside of that. And you're not going to see inside of it anyway. And by the time you've painted it.
How big was your nozzle? How big was your nozzle, and what kind of layers did you have on it in infill?
Well, that particular one's a 0.4, but generally now I'm printing at a 0.8. So a 0.8 at 0.2 of a mil, and then just hope for the best. Cross your fingers and stuff, I suppose. But we're talking 7-8 day prints. If you're doing an R5 dome, there I think around about 12 days. That when I was doing those, that was on a 0.4. I thought there was going to be a really good idea here where actually, if people wanted stuff printed, I'll buy a load of CR10s. What could possibly go wrong? I'll start printing these domes. This is going to be amazing. And when it boils down to it, and you say to somebody, "Hey, you know what? This dome is going to cost you 200 quid," and I've had 15 failures, and it's just an atrocious thing that I could never ever sell. That's when you start backtracking and going, yeah, no, I don't think so. And again, you're on a y-axis bed that's falling back, and you're trying to load 2 to 3 kilos on this thing. You've got a weight difference. So all of a sudden, you're going to get the more weight that you put on the plate, you're going to start getting a tolerance issue with your nozzle. All right, you need a certain amount, so then you've got to start upgrading your bed, you've got to start upgrading your hot end. It's you'll probably get it right a few times, but as I say, I upgraded to a DDX, a Slice Engineering Copperhead, and man, I haven't had a single failure since. And I that particular printer I treat it like trash. I don't clean it. I don't I hate it a little bit. It looks at me funny, and I want to kick it.
I run stock hot ends on everything currently. I've never hot end.
Sorry, say again.
All my quality printers and the TiVo, I got stock hot ends on everything. I use 0.4 brass nozzles.
Okay. Well, you're one of the lucky ones then, dude, because I tell you what, I was getting heat creep on every single printer. And again, you've got to remember, this could be atmospherics of where you are. So if you've got a window that's letting in a bit of breeze and you're getting that heat creep and it's trying to creep up and it's trying to heat, or you get a fan that gets stuck or isn't running at the right throttle, then that's when you start getting these issues. The mosquito, I had terrible trouble with it because I had the fan going the wrong bloody way. So I'm trying to clear this thing out, heating it. I just want to go nuts with it. But again, once you've got it, once you know what you're doing, and you know how this stuff runs, you shouldn't really have too many issues with it. But it's a machine, right? And all machines need to have maintenance. And don't think you're just going to push the button and it's going to be fine every time. Unless you buy a Prusa, which, arguably, again, top quality parts there. I've got people that swear by them. I know a lot of people that will only say, I'll only ever use a Prusa. But, the biggest they're going to do is a 400 bed. And look at the reasons why Creality aren't doing another 500 bed. They didn't want to supply a heater that was of the right size for it. So you got a crappy 300 bed, which was no good to anybody really. And it was great that they did it because it opened up the treasure trove to getting involved with that hobby. And all right, if you had 2 or 3 failures over that amount of time, at least at the end of it, you still got your dome and you still got your things printed.
Yeah, so I've got the CR10 Max. I don't have it up and running yet. I got it from a friend of mine. I got a great deal. I bought it bare bones pretty much. And when I rebuilt his S5, then I got the power control for it. It does have a ribbon cable on it, which I've never used, but it almost looks like a commercial ribbon cable. It's got a big heavy coating on the outside of it. It's like it's material, so it looks heavy duty. So I'm not sure how long that's going to last or if I'm going to be happy with it. But I'm looking forward to getting some prints off this and seeing how well it does.
Well, like I said before, you get this generational thing. So if you bought one of the originals, if you had a really old CR10 with the single Z, then it went dual Z, and then it's a bit like buying a car, right? If you buy the last car that was on the production line that has all the features of the new one, you're winning because and again, I've seen stuff. The boards are different. I'm using different power supplies inside of these things, and I bought 3 of them brand new from China or wherever they ended up coming from. I had one guy that sent me one and said, "Can you repair this?" And this was muddled together by those guys. There's a 3D printing company in the UK that repair printers. And I went, what even is this? Because that isn't an S5. And it's the wrong boards, and he was having problems with it left, right, and centre. So, you know, this is when we get down to the nitty gritty on when a manufacturer in China puts something out, they want it to be the best of the best, so people get rave reviews about it. Then they can start looking at how are we going to save money on this, and there's a curvature to it. So, you know, we're seeing this right now. So I kickstarted the BQBX, right? Then they sent a message out this week, and they've just said, by the way, guys, we don't know when you're going to get your printer because we haven't got the resources to do it. And this is Big Tree Tech. This is a company that has, you know, I've got a lot of their gear. Oh, look, I've got a lot of their gear. Guys, I've got a lot of their ducks. You know, I'm Big Tree Teched up to the max. So I've got a lot of gear here, and none of it has ever kind of let me down. And then I'm thinking, hang on a second, why is Big Tree Tech not able to fill my printer requirement? But they put on Kickstarter that they knew they were going to have to do. They've known for months. It's worrying, very worrying times. When am I going to get my printer? I don't know. February, maybe. And I hope it's amazing.
But Creality did the same as well. Like the delays
with the TR6
were absolutely savage. The delays that they've had to the belt printer is absolutely savage. You know, they've gone back to Marcus. Yes, there is a Wally. If you go onto Gambody, they do one on there. So sorry, I was the belt printer that Creality were doing. I don't think they really expected that to kick off as much as it did, but there's a bunch of people who pre-ordered that, and they're saying that theirs is going to be completely so savagely delayed as well. And it's the reason why I won't back something on Kickstarter, especially if you're a company like Creality.
Yeah, James, I know you've done a Wally, and I think Sam, you have one too, don't you?
No, I don't have a Wally. To be honest, I only do Star Wars. It sounds really weird, but that's kind of my thing. And anything else, I want to do a Johnny Five from Short Circuit. So that would be my.
I've got one of those. I've got a big model of one of those.
So I was lucky. So on the Creality channel, I was lucky to interview the guy that actually made the Johnny Fives for the film, and it was, for me, it was epic. For Creality, they didn't have a clue what I was even talking about, so they just let me get on with the interview. And there was a guy in the UK that's already built one, and his name's Dave, and it was just great. It was just a really, really fantastic nostalgia 80s movie that I was really into at the time. And you know, to actually talk to the guy that actually built it on set, and he's still in the industry and he's still making stuff. Whoa, it's crazy. Sorry about my camera, guys. So like I say, my stuff is very much about Star Wars, but the Disney stuff, I'm not really into it. I'm not really. Yeah, you know what? Silent running. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in fact, this droid that's here, the side panels kind of look a little bit like that. I don't know if you can see that without my camera moving around, but yeah, the side panels kind of look a little bit like that. And I got to interview, so on the Droid Builders UK site, I got to interview the guy that does all the concept art. So all the stuff that we're building is, you know, at the end of his pen. And then the guys in the model shop then make this stuff up, and, you know, it becomes a reality on screen. So it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, what kind of a camera is that you have there that keeps zooming in and moving around? What is that exactly?
Yes. Like I say, it's an Insta360. So what happened a little while ago with GoPro is that they promised that they would ship cameras and stuff, and I bought the camera, and I really needed it for a charity event that I was doing, and it was super, super important. They said, yeah, no problem at all. Then in between them launching or getting the 8 out and getting the 9 out, they didn't send it to me. It got sent back to their factory, and they took about 4 weeks to refund me. So I got into an internet spat with them and said, I'm so annoyed, I'm going to go and buy something else. And someone else said, why don't you go for this Insta360 thing? Now, it's a bit quirky, but actually it's pretty good. And I decided that because I'm using my normal webcam on an Octoprint thing now, I needed something to go and do live streaming with. So I was like, I'll just plug this in and see what happens. And yeah, as I say, it's a weird one. But talking about Wally just for a second, you know, if you go on Disney Plus now, there is a Wally in real life, and that was made by a good friend of mine, Michael McMaster, who also incidentally built Chopper for the Star Wars show and also the one of the Star Wars movies as well. Yeah, they do own Pixar. Yeah, you're right. And they own most of Marvel now, right? Is that right? Yeah. So whichever way you look, guys, it's going to be the mouse that's going to be at the helm.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to jump off because I've got a 4 a.m. call in the morning. So I've got another 3 hours of sleep, and then then I need to go and do that.
You're hanging out for 3 hours. It's been awesome.
Yeah, no worries, man.
It has been late. I'm going to run as well. James, really nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Tim, Marcel.
Nice to meet you guys.
Jerry,
no worries,
thank
guys.
you.
Thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate it. Yeah, and Sam, I'll get with you on Facebook on when we get together.
Let's do it. Thanks, Jerry. Cheers, guys.
Take care, guys.
Take care, Sam. Take care, James.
Wow, only 2 of us.
Only 2? Where I didn't know Marcel was leaving.
Alrighty then.
Wow.
Anybody else like to jump in and hang out with us? I'll post the link again. You're welcome to jump in. Alrighty. Got some rap music going on there for his ringtone. So anybody in chat have any questions? Anybody want to come in and hang out? You're welcome to do so. Everybody in the UK and Canada just went to sleep. Hey, Kenny, how you doing?
Oh, I made it home.
Awesome. Oh, they came out good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, one thing about 3D printers, I mean, once you get them dialed in, they work great until the day they break down. You're like, oh no, what happened?
Yeah.
So they're good until they're not, and then you got something to fix.
Yeah. Now the only problem I got, I went to put this back on one of my machines and it broke right at the crease.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what kind of filament I should get.
For your metal detector, I'd use PETG, which is kind of hard to print with sometimes, or ABS, but then you need an enclosure. PLA is more brittle. It will not hold up in the heat. It will melt. I'd say probably for your machine, I'd say PETG.
Okay, I've got a 1K of that.
Okay.
Of that. Do I have to have the same heating as PLA?
The same what?
The heating?
No, you got to crank it up, usually between 235 and 250, depending on what it recommends.
Okay.
I print at like 235 to 245, and then you crank the bed to about 80 C instead of. Some people print at 70 C on the bed.
Okay.
So, and then the first layer, you don't want as much squish. You just got to kind of experiment with it. You'll have to, like trial and error, you'll have to relearn how to work with it.
Well, I'll show you, Jerry. That printer I was telling you about that I got today for nothing. It's that black one right there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's almost brand new looking.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Does a good job.
Well, you get to keep it, and then I'll come back and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't supposed to give you that."
No, they I talked to the property manager for our building today, and he said the company moved out, left a whole bunch of stuff. He called the company, said, "I see you've finished your move out. You've left a whole bunch of stuff here. Do you want it?" They said, "No, we have no use for it." So all the building does is they would empty that suite, put everything in storage in the basement here where our offices are, and it would just sit there. So that's why I've known these guys for years. So I've gotten desks, chairs, you name it. We've gotten so much stuff from them because it's just sitting in storage, and we have a good rapport with all the managers here and all the maintenance guys. So I do them favors. You know, it's like I scratch your back, you scratch mine type thing. So
yeah, that's all right.
Cool. So did you get your printer working good, Kenny?
Yep.
Good. I remember the other night when they were all trying to help you with the get the firmware loaded and all that.
Yeah, so. Here's one of my mounts that I made.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad it's up and running for you now. I know how frustrating it can be when you.
Yeah, Tyler West PM'd me, I believe it was that day or the next day, wanting to know if he had got it going. And then Kenny sent me a few videos, so I sent them over to Tyler on Facebook so you can check them out. PM him.
That's good. That's great.
This is the stand, and then I just walked in the door and this was done printing. The
Oh, okay.
pinpointer holder.
Neat. Are those PET G?
PLA.
Oh,
PLA.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna have to try that other filament and kind of experiment, see what I
Yeah,
got.
and when PETG, they're saying, which I forgot to mention, turn your fan way down.
Yeah, I go to 30% in mine.
Okay, run it. Run the fan. What?
Turn the speed way down on the fan.
Cooling
Okay.
fan. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
So, but since you're new to it, you'll just have to kind of figure it out and go from there.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've been
so-
printing for 4 years, and there's stuff I buy, and it's like, why isn't it printing? But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning it.
I got some filament from I think it's Sunlu right now. It's pink filament they sent me, and I screwed up the first layer 3 times on my PEI sheet. I actually burned into my PEI sheet getting it too close, and the first layer isn't going down right. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah. I have a roll of TPU I bought a while ago, and I haven't used it yet. I really ought to try it one day.
Yeah, I done a video on TPU like a year ago. I printed out a couple little things. I go, look, I can squish them, and then the roll's in the bag, and I haven't tried it since.
Yeah.
Like if I'm going to do tires or drone parts, I guess it might be good, but I've never really had a reason to print with TPU. Nothing I wanted to make, so it just.
I better write that stuff down so I don't forget it. Run it at 280 or 275.
The bed at 70 to 80 C on the bed, and the temp on the PETG will probably be marked on the spool. I've tried 235, and I've got a lot of stringing, so maybe bump it up to 240 to 245.
Okay.
You'll just have to kind of experiment, but and like I say, some people print with a bed at 70 C. I was recommended to me 80.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Marcus mentioned about your first layer being a little bit thicker to get more adhesion, but you'll have to experiment.
Okay.
And then turn your fan, turn it way down to between 20 and 30% about.
Yeah. And I don't use a fan on the first 2 layers myself.
Yeah, definitely no fan on the first couple layers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you have to experiment.
Yeah, that helps with the bed, sticking to the bed better.
All right. That's for TPLA.
PET G.
PETG, PETG.
Oh, PE. Okay.
Hey, we got another special guest from the UK, and he is a night owl. He's a vampire. We've got TK's 3D prints. Go on, TK.
Hi everyone.
How you doing?
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, you can't get too hot with that Bowden. You got Capricorn tubing on there, don't you? Yeah, he has Capricorn tubing.
I gotta go, guys. My son just
All right.
walked in, said the lights are on at my shop, and I turned them
Oh,
off.
no. Take care, Kenny.
Take
All
care,
right,
Kenny.
take care, guys.
See you later.
Hey, TK, what have you been up to? What's going on?
I've just basically I've had a couple of funerals in the past couple of weeks.
Oh, sorry.
I've got another one next week sometime.
COVID?
No, actually, I've lost 7 people since COVID's kicked out, and not one of them's died from COVID.
Oh, wow.
My problem was that when I was growing up, I used to hang around with people that were like 10, 15 years older than me.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting old. They're all getting to that stage where they're like, but yeah, it's a weird one. But I've been moving some stuff because I've got a huge display case coming to put behind me, and it's going to be like the bottom shelf is going to be the shelf of shame. All them models that never got painted that should be painted, and then after that, once everything's painted, it's going to be moved up. But it's taken up a lot of space, so everything's been moved around. I haven't got a huge flat, but I've just got some new dry brushing brushes today.
Oh.
Okay.
And they're really soft. Like, I'm looking forward to using these. I used to make my own out of the makeup brushes, but it gets embarrassing walking up to the makeup stands, looking through the brushes, like, and everyone's walking past you going, eh?
Well, it'd be worse if you went to the diaper aisle and you're buying the pens. So
Yeah. But Yeah, model kits have come a long way as well. Do you remember like they all used to be like this, metal? From like Games Workshop and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, I stopped buying them after they started adding plastic to it because it was getting expensive. So it's been about 20 years since I last had a kit. And usually it's a case of like your main body, 2 arms, and the backpack. And that's all you have to attach. Now, it's like a bloody Airfix kit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I look at this and I'm like, okay, they've definitely got better. There's a lot more detail on the actual parts than that. But where do I start?
Yeah, I've seen some of the models on Thingiverse you can get where you can print them out like that, and then you go after you get done, then you can cut them out.
Yeah.
Like you have a kit.
I've got back into the miniatures because I wanted to get some practice in before I started doing my resin prints. Because like a metal miniature, you can just strip down with some Nitromorse or some paint stripper or something.
Do you have any big resin printers like the Mighty 4K that I just bought?
No, I've the largest one I had before was the Moai.
Okay.
The old Moai.
I mentioned earlier in the stream, I have a Elegoo Mars that I've had for a little over a year. I've done a couple hundred prints. I've only had maybe 2 failures. Now that I got the Frozen Sonic Mighty 4K, my first print, instead of being 8, the cure time being like 8 seconds on the Elegoo Mars, this one was set at 2 seconds. And I had a bunch of failures. The raft is fine on the build plate. The supports are fine, but a couple of the parts pulled off the supports. So I increased it to 3 seconds down on my video, and it seemed to solve the problem. Well, after the video was released, I printed some more parts, and the same thing happened. The part is coming off the support, so I kicked it up to 5 seconds, and then one of my friends online said, oh no, on a monochrome screen, 4K, 5 seconds, you can't do that. It might damage it. I don't know how. But the parts came out fine. So I'm doing more now. Again, I went back down to 3 seconds. So for some reason, they're not the part isn't bonding properly to the supports.
What software are you using?
It's coming loose.
What slicing software?
Cheetah Box.
What do you expect?
I've always loved it. Is there something better?
Yeah, Lychee.
What's it called?
Lychee. L-Y. Yeah, it's just like the fruit.
Lychee.
Lychee, yeah. They do 2 versions of the software because it's a monthly subscription for them.
Oh.
But the free version works fantastically. The only difference is that there's a couple of extra types of blurs and AA that you get with the paid version, and you get better editing with the supports. I mean, you can do so much more with the supports, but as it is, as a free version, works perfectly fine. I use it all the time on every machine that I've got. And because it's a paid subscription type thing, they work on it. It's always updated. Chitterbox have only just got the Photon mono range onto their thing, but no, I've had errors with Chitterbox, and it's just totally, once bitten, that's it. You know what I mean? Especially when it's a big print that you've been waiting for to get done, and then you think it's done, and it turns out to be a Chitterbot error.
Thank you, Tim. I'll put it there in the comments.
I threw it in the comments as well there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But try increasing your support tip width.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's something. I put medium supports on it, and I figure there's something with where it's bonding, and I need to solve it. Need to fix it. But they come off really easy after the print's done. I mean, they break off really easy, and they're clean.
Yeah. It's like what I like about Lychee. It's got its own internal support system for when you hollow, and that's separate from the supports. So, like, you can hollow it, you can put your internals on, you can put your supports on the outside, and if you scrub your supports from the outside, it will not remove the supports from the internal. And it does like a lattice system inside the actual hollows. It's really nice.
I've got 2 dogs here. That's why you see my arms. I need to go grab them some bones. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check out that Lychee. I have yet to unbox my resin. So
yeah, it's fantastic. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
I used it years ago when it
Mhm.
was more for FDM, but I didn't like it then because it was for FDM. But the resin side of stuff, it's just spot on.
I'll have to
And
try it. I've not tried a resin slicer at all, so it's.
right. What's the resin printer that you got?
I got the LD002H, the Creality.
Right.
That's the 2K mono.
But I found, like, I've used it on the mono, everything here. Hang on. I'm just trying not to. Where are we?
Very nice.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Oh, very nice.
That was printed with ZYLTECH. That's 0.03.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I'm excited to get my resin going.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun with resin.
Yeah, I mean, I can print a miniature. I can print this in under 4 hours. 3
wow.
hours.
Okay.
But I print everything directly off the build plate.
Are you letting the slicer add the supports and you're taking away, or are you doing everything by hand?
Well, with ZYLTECH, it's got a really nice auto support system, but with any auto support system, you're always best to double check.
Yeah.
But what it does is it analyzes the model and gives you like these hotspots.
Yeah.
And it will try and put supports on all the hotspots, and it'll notify you if it can't. And but I usually just automatically do all my own supports, then edit them and move them about and stuff like that. But because I actually build directly off the build plate, all the supports are actually directly underneath the models, so that cleaning up, it's just a dream.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And it's like this model was originally separate from the base, so I've joined them together in 3D build, and then I've hollowed it all out and made sure that it drains through properly, and I think the drainage holes at the back there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can print anything up to 4 hours. What I do is I usually work along the lines of, if it's below 40 mils, I'll do it at 0.03. If it's up to sort of like 80 mils, I'll do it to 0.06. And then if it's anything up to 100 mils, I'll do it either 0.09, and I have pushed it at 1.12. But you do start to see the layer lines.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, from a distance, it still looks better than any FDM printer. That sort of like.
Yeah.
And then another thing on my old Mars being so small, whenever I get done with a print, if I didn't see anything that fell off the print and it was in the resin, I wouldn't strain it. I'd simply run my plastic spatula through it, make sure it's clear, start the next print. But on my new bigger resin printer, which is 3 times bigger than the Mars, I've had a lot of debris problems and supports falling off, and I'll have to drain it and clean it. The last print I just did, everything came out perfect. I ran my spatula through it a couple times. I didn't feel anything, so I started the next print. When it came down, the first layer went crunch. I'm like, oh no! But actually I hadn't. I went ahead and drained it and checked it. It was fine. It's just a weird noise it makes when it first starts. When it goes down on the big surface, it makes like a crunching sound, but I didn't damage nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'd love to have a bigger printer. I'd really like to have had the mono, the Mono X, because that's 3 times the build plate of the Photon Mono.
Here's a picture of it right here.
Yeah, that looks about the same size as the Mono X. By the build plate.
There's both of them side by side, but there's an elevation difference in the tables.
Yeah.
The Elegoo Mars is sitting up about 2 inches higher. So,
Jerry, I got to run.
All right. Well, thank you very much for stopping by, Tim. You got a great channel. You're awesome. Keep up the great work. You're doing great, and you'll get there. Whatever you want to do, you'll make it.
Thank you so much. Okay. Take care, TK.
Take care.
In chat. Take care. Thanks.
And then there was 2.
Hobby Howie, FPV. How you doing?
No idea.
Idea maker. I don't know.
Idea maker.
Google it or YouTube is all I can think to say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know a lot of people, they will edit their models in a slicer and then put it in the, like Cheetah Box or something. I haven't done that. Can't you just drag it and drop it in? I'm assuming that you. I haven't tried. I'm assuming you could just take it and drag it and drop it in your slicer, and then save it and export it.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than when that happens.
So,
or Facebook. It's the only other place. Check for one of their support groups.
Yeah. Whenever I go to Facebook to a group, before I ask a question, I always use search.
Yeah,
search for my comment or what I'm looking for, because it's probably already happened to 100 people.
Yeah.
And earlier Loyal Moses stopped in and donated $49.99 to me twice, so I've got $100 more going towards my Prusa Mini that I'm saving up for.
Nice.
So really awesome. So every stream I try, people tend to donate to me here and there. That's awesome. I really appreciate all the support for my channel and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I won $100 on the Edge of Tech live stream. Instantly spent that all straight back into the channel. You know what I mean? It's like them dry brushes, they were part of it.
Yeah, I won a roll of filament from him, which I've already used. And then another week, I won a $25 gift certificate for Filament, a company called Filament. But they're out of the filament I want to buy. And what they do have in stock is $39, $40 a roll, plus shipping. And then they sell a lot of printer parts, but they're for an artillery 3D printer, which I don't have. So I figured on my live stream sometime in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to give away that gift card to somebody in the U.S. that can use it.
Yeah.
I thought about doing it today, but it never happened. I was going to set up the wheel. I've never messed with the wheel and the Google Docs, but I need to learn how to do that, because when I get around 2,500 subs, I'm going to have a big giveaway, contact a lot of companies and get them to sponsor me in a giveaway, and I'll have to give away a lot of stuff. I'm a little over 2,000 right now. I'm like 2,050 or something. So when I get closer to 2,500, I'll do a giveaway video talking about it, and then I'll have it. So I'm assuming, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. I have to wait and see how fast I grow. Because I know as you get bigger on YouTube, at some point you go zoom.
Yeah.
So, because it takes a long time to get over 1,000, then you slowly start stepping up. Then at some point, if you keep putting out content, you'll take off. Usually.
It's like I've been on YouTube since near enough day one, but I was using my channel just for friends and family. You know what I mean? I'd do a little bit of a video, and we think, rather than wait for him to turn up, it was easier to put it on YouTube and just send them the link. You know what I mean? This is what I've just done. And I think it was about 5 years ago that I actually started turning the channel in, thinking like, might as well use this for my 3D printing and stuff. And it's been a slow drag up to that 500. And then the 600 went a little bit quicker. And then after the release of the mono with the videos for that and the Photon Workshop Slicer, even though I'd still recommend to anyone that's got the Photon Mono to get lychee, do not touch the Workshop Slicer. For instance, they got an infill in there, and there's no way for the infill to drain. So all that was doing was making pockets of resin in the molds, the models, so that when people have printed it and painted it up, and it just like 3 months later, just explode on because of the resin inside it. But slowly creeping up now. Looking forward to hitting 1,000, and then it's just a case of getting the hours up.
Yeah, 4,000 watch hours.
Is that for a quarter, or is that?
Just 4,000 watch hours. You'll get monetized.
Oh, right. I thought it was like you had to maintain like 4,000.
And they verify at some point after that. They'll verify your bank account information. That way, if you make any money on Super Chat, when somebody pays you on Super Chat, if you make under $100 a month, you got to wait 90 days for them to pay you. They take 30%. If you make 100 or more a month, then you'll get it that month, or like a couple weeks later. Google AdSense will send you an email that they're sending money. I got my email today, and I'll probably have the money in my account tonight or tomorrow. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, every little bit helps, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm on a pension, retired from construction, and health insurance, my house payment eats up a little over half my money right there. So I can't technically afford my hobby. So all these little extras help a lot. And everything you see around me that's been a credit card or two, I've ran up once or twice. And right now, my two credit cards are currently maxed out. So
yeah, it takes me a long time to save up for stuff, but I've always sort of like been one of them. Never buy on HP. Rather save it up, have the cash, pay for it with cash, because by then you either got newer models out or a newer version.
Yeah.
And you're not paying extra on the card. You know what I mean? As soon as you go down with the card way, that's when it starts getting you, and it's like, oh no, well, you went overdraft last month.
Yeah, when I get my taxes back here in a month or two, if I get my taxes back, I'll put that towards one of my cards. So my taxes last year here in the U.S., I made a mistake and I forgot a document by 1 day, and I done TurboTax. That's still backwards, and they still owe me $1,600, and I still haven't seen it.
And they most probably won't for a very long time, because they'll just try and keep hold of it for as long as they can.
Yeah, it got all messed up. So
yeah, I mean, that's kind of like how they make the money in it with YouTube. It's like, well, we'll pay you this amount when you've earned it, but we'll do that in like a month's time, and that way we've just had a month's worth of interest in whatever money we've got in the bank from all these sort of like, you know, chats and that. Mm-hmm. And I'm just not looking forward to having adverts spamming over everything.
How many resin printers do you have?
3. I've got the Anycubic Photon, which was the first one, the V1, which I've never updated. I've never changed the firmware on it. I've never had to replace the screen on it.
Hey, Mama.
Come on, Llama, jump in. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's been a dream. You know, I mean, I've had people blow their screens out within like 3 months, but yeah, I mean, I've always used with that off time. I've always had the off time up high. Any print that's going to take over 7 hours, I used to stick up the off time to about 13 to 14 per layer. Yeah, it extends the time of the print, but it extends the life of your screen, because it gives it time to cool down between layers and stuff.
Okay, so once a print's done that's been going for 9, 10, 11 hours, you wait at least how long?
Well, you know, I mean, I usually run it through the slicer. So if it's going to take below 7 hours, I'll usually leave the off time at its defaults, which is, you know, for me, it's about 6 or 7.
Okay.
And after I've sliced it, if it's going to take over sort of like 7 hours, I'll reslice it again, but add the extra off time to it.
Hey, here he is. We've got Tom Llama. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Tom.
Just peachy.
Good. Good to hear.
Not to get political, but trying to get my mother her stupid vaccine is a nightmare.
Yeah.
I heard on the news something about Walgreens were going to start giving it out, but only so many a day, and then you got to try to get an appointment. But
yeah, and they're in shortage now. Blah blah blah. White snivel bitch mode. It's just, it's been going on for a week. The state's been saying, you know, do it. Blah blah blah. Go to the online thing. You go to the online thing. It brings you into a loop. Snivel bitch mode. We'll get off the political B shit now that I've vented.
So you've been unable to make an appointment?
I've been on. Well, they finally accessed it today. I literally this morning I checked it. You couldn't. It kept saying we're preparing everything to get ready. I accessed it today, and they're all like on the New York border. That's like 2 hours away, and she can't sit in the car that long.
It's ridiculous.
She has motion bathroom issues. If I put her in a car for more than 10 minutes, she's got to go to the bathroom. Something about the motion in the car.
Mm.
Like she's had it for years, but back then it was no big deal to stop and, you know, at a rest stop and let her go to the bathroom. Now I can't do that. They're all closed on the highway here.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to get car sick, and I don't know why. It's just something about, and then the air in the car. I don't know.
She just gets, because she's got problems.
Okay.
She's got girl problems, so she's got to pee if she moves around too much.
Yeah.
So if I put her in a car every 10 minutes, you got to pull over and let her pee, which not a big deal if I have a place to let her go pee.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
drive an hour to get a
most states
vaccine.
don't know what they're even doing on this and how they're handling it, and it's just a big mess.
Yeah, we can all bitch and you can point fingers. It don't matter. It's not. I'm not going to get big political. It's not Biden. It's not Trump. It's neither one of them. It just came out. It's only been a couple of months. They're trying to get it figured out. It's no one person fault. It's just nobody's prepared for it.
Yeah, I think in the UK they're vaccinating all the medical staff first and everything before they get around to doing all the people.
They just this week opened up here in Connecticut. The medical staff are all done.
Yeah.
We're in phase 2, which is 65 and over, schools and health issues and, certain people. Like I can't get one, although they're talking if we can get more, I may actually be, because I'm right there, because I'm 55 and will be 56 in a month, 2 months. So I could be in that next slot. They're talking about lowering the age if they can get the volume. Everyone's ready for it. I mean, I don't know if you've been watching the news, but, they got football stadiums and sports arenas and everything all ready for them, but they're just not getting enough. Which, again, I mean, come on. It's been a couple of months, and you expect these companies to make millions a day of one product. I mean, there's just got to be a reality check here.
And then you got to go back in like 3 weeks and get the second shot, and hopefully you get an appointment or they have it. So,
well, the other thing is, come to find out that I just read, you take your COVID test first. You have to take a COVID test first. We're scheduling a week out. You have to go get your COVID test before you show up. If you're positive for COVID, you have to reschedule for 4 weeks. You can't take the vaccine while you have COVID because it won't work and it's a waste.
And then I've heard of people that have had both their shots and they're still catching COVID, but the symptoms may not be as bad.
Yeah, well, that's true of any vaccine. Vaccines aren't 100%.
Yeah,
we know that they're only like 60 or 70%. Yeah,
I think this whole year is going to be like what last year. I think we're going to deal with this.
I think you'll find by midsummer it'll loosen up. We'll start seeing some reality. I mean, and again, I'm not going to be, I know people know I don't like Trump, but I'm not going to blame Trump for the vaccine. If anything, I will give Trump that he pushed for a vaccine right from the beginning. He was pushing all the pharmaceuticals, come on, make a vaccine. I'll give Trump that, even though he really has nothing to do with it other than, to say inject yourself with some frickin', Pine Sol or whatever he was saying. I don't know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there for either one of them. I don't really care. Hell, you could give it to Trump. Give it to him. That's the one good thing he did. He got the vaccine produced and cleared faster. I'll give him that. He did. I mean, he pushed to get him cleared faster. So, sure.
Yeah, all day long yesterday, I watched all the stuff going on in Washington. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get back out of the politics and the bullshit.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've been literally sitting with my mother for the last hour trying to get her an appointment.
Oh, man. We're still on full lockdown.
Strains out now, and if the current vaccine is effective against them, it's only speculative. Exactly. Nobody knows. Vaccines are only 60% effective anyways. That's like a normal percentage. But they usually do because I don't know if you guys know what a vaccine is, but it's a dead antibody of the virus.
Yeah.
They make a whole bunch of artificial virus and they kill it and then they inject it in your body while it's dead.
It's kind of like a flu shot, but I've never got a flu shot in my life. I didn't want to inject anything in my body that my body probably doesn't need. I've never got the flu. When I was a little kid, I did, but.
See, I used to get the flu. I've never gotten a flu shot either because I just get the flu and get over it.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting at that age where I might want the flu shot.
Yeah.
Because, you're getting there too, Jerry. You're getting at the age where getting the flu could kill you. And people don't get it. That's the other thing. When they say, he died of a heart attack, not COVID. Yeah, COVID brought on the heart attack, or COVID. He already had cancer, but the COVID made it worse, and they couldn't treat it. So yes, that's still a COVID case. Yes,
I'll be 57 in June. I've never considered getting a flu shot, but yeah, there's a lot of things maybe I should. I never thought I was going to have surgery and wear a bag for 6 months either, but that happened.
Yeah. No, in my opinion, anyone under our age doesn't need to bother unless they have other health risks that the flu could, if you got cancer, you should get a flu shot. Or not, depending on what the doctors say.
I take Humira shots every 2 weeks that I give myself on the leg, and that kind of shuts down my immune system. So I guess that puts me in a higher risk category for COVID. But I don't know when I'll be able to get the shot or if I can. I'm not going to go anywhere.
That's just it. You may not even be able to get the shot because you're taking those other shots, and they may be a reaction thing.
I can stop taking another shot, but I don't know how long I'd have to stop taking it for. But I'm a very impatient person. If I go out to eat and the buffet line is an hour long, I'll leave and go to fast food.
Yeah, me too. I have a hard time waiting in line.
Yeah, I'm not a patient person.
No, I got to be doing something. Even when I'm sitting here doing nothing, I'm always like doing something.
Yeah.
I can't just sit.
It's like
waiting hours and hours. I can't do it.
I rarely sit down. I always stand. But over the last couple of years with medical issues, I sit down more. But I would always stand for everything. I'm surprised that almost all my live streams I haven't stood for. I've only stood for, I think, one of them. But typically, I always stand.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back into fun stuff like 3D printing.
Oh, what are
you asking about? I was literally scrolling through the chat before I came in, and that's kind of why I came in, because I was going to just go take a shower. Hobby was asking about Idea Maker. If you look, both me and Warcocky and actually Idea Maker have their own on how to set it up, man. Go look up 3D Printing Llama or the Angry Warcocky or Idea Maker. They're all three there. There's YouTube videos showing you how to set it all up for the first time.
And import it before you put it for resin printing?
Huh?
I think he's talking about importing it in Idea Maker before he puts it in his resin printer slicer.
Idea Maker doesn't do resin.
I know that. But a lot of people put stuff in they add supports in a regular slicer, then they just...
No, he just wants to start G-codes from the sounds of it. Put my G-code from my printer into Idea Maker. I'm assuming that's just the start G-code. And that's actually easy. You go and you get you set up your first filament profile. You use one of theirs. You basically use one of theirs. They make you use one of theirs as a template, so you're not sitting there filling out 8 million settings, because there's a lot of settings in Idea Maker. So you use one of theirs. If you're doing PLA, you use Ray's 3D PLA 1.75 at layer height. Use that profile. Then you go and edit it all. Very last tab is G-codes. Then there's a start, end, middle, lift. There's like 8 G-code tabs that you can edit, and you just copy and paste it in there, and boom, you're done. Just make sure you click the button on your printer. If you add your own G-code, you click the button under the printer profile to not use the Ray's 3D start G-code.
Yeah, I believe Astro Printer is going to be on here in a half hour. I think 8 o'clock his time, 5 o'clock my time. I forget who his guest is today, but I believe Astro Printer's on here in a little bit.
I was just fine until I went and started looking for frickin' COVID bullshit. Pardon my friend. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
No, you can cuss. It's just hardcore. Certain words I don't really appreciate. I mean, I say them publicly, and I work construction 35 years. I've got a very foul mouth. I say the word fuck constantly at home, but I just try to tone it down when I'm online.
Yeah, I try and tone it down on some, especially on mine, I don't care. But if I'm on someone else's, I don't care. Even like,
I'll call you back in a minute, John. I'm live streaming.
Even on like Dave's and more cockies, even when we're on the BS streams, I try not to swear as much on their streams because it's it's normal, polite thing to do.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people PM me, and I've heard comments after the fact about this was said or that was said, or you talked about this, so I left. And I try to, and I don't talk about politics. I don't even want to go there because of that, because of what I believe in and what my wife doesn't believe in. We totally are two different people. I'm independent. I'll say that. I do what I want, when I want, how I want. I don't go any way, one way or another. I vote for a person based on what they do,
People-
not what the party does.
People recently think I'm Democratic, and I am not.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a party. But one thing I will say about politics: we're Americans. Period.
Yeah.
We're all one people. Vote how you want to vote.
I do not hide my hate for Trump. For one, I'm probably the only person you know that has met Trump personally and dealt with him on multiple occasions. And I can tell you right now, that guy has absolutely no concern for us.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of
I'll
stories
say
about
that.
him years ago about his upbringing and getting money from daddy and failing at this and screwing that person. And yeah, I've seen a couple of documentaries about it.
I've been on his job sites, and my company, they had made us bid on 3 or 4 of them, and every one of them I showed up on, and every single one of them, we walked away and said, we won't even bid on it. Obviously, we send a more polite note. Usually our standard note is, we're sorry, we're too busy, and we don't think we'd be able to give you the quality you would expect from us if we bid on this. So we're gonna just pass. That's usually was our clean cut.
Yeah,
Get
we
out
just
of,
need to get rid
get
of
out
Al.
of freaking, get out of jail version. But anyways, let's get out of that. Let's talk happy printing. My printer works again.
Yay!
Awesome.
Freaking awesome. First print off it was a llama.
Cool.
I had to print a llama. That's pretty good considering I didn't even have a profile.
Is that an extruder for your? Is that a head for your extruder?
Well, it's my llama head. I just blew it up. It's actually
Yeah.
what I have on top of the printers over here.
That's a Prusa, right? Or no?
No, that's the pumpkin. This thing's freaking huge. That was an ANET E12, I think, or something.
That was.
Well, there's 2 things left on it. It was funny because Lightspeed commented on the lead screws because they're wicked tall lead screws. Those and the bed and the 4 pieces of extrusion for the actual frame on the bottom, not the upright, because that's all been replaced, are the only thing left that's original. I mean, the screen's been replaced, all the wiring's been replaced, the motor. Actually, nope. All the motors are still original too. I only replaced the extruder motor now because it's got the direct drive on there.
Yo, Red.
Hey, Red Light, how you doing, buddy? I'm going to be on for another 20 minutes, Red Light. If you want to pop in and hang out, say hey.
Come hang out there, Red Light. Yeah. It works again. I did have to put the big. It's funny. I took the little fans off to put the big fan on because the big fan's quieter. That's the only thing I don't like about the Omnia Drop is it is freaking loud. Those big fans don't push as much as those fans he brought, though. You got to see these things. They look like normal, but they ain't. What the hell is it? Right here.
Yeah, I got you a full screen there, bigger.
These are they look like normal 40-10s or whatever.
Yeah.
These are not normal. These things push about 100 million times more air than anything you'll ever see on a Creality printer.
Wow. What brand?
They scream loud.
What brand?
They are unbelievably loud.
What brand are they?
Oh, I don't know. Something he gets in Germany. They're German.
They're not Amazon?
No. No, they're definitely Chinese because they're Shenzhen Technology Company or Shenzhen 12-volt frickin' 20 amp or 0.2 amp.
Yeah, the new resin printer, it's fairly loud when it's running from the fan. When it's idle, it makes no noise. And I've had a bunch of failed prints lately. I'm using a 3-second cure time on my layers, and it's bonding to the bed fine. The supports are fine, but some of the parts are pulling off the supports. So I kicked up the exposure time to 5 seconds, which one person said that's way too high for a 4K mono screen. But the prints came out great, and right now I'm reprinting something different with a different resin I'm testing for video, and I got it back down to 3 seconds. So it's a different ball game than having the bigger resin printer. Everything's different.
I am not a resin guy at all. I don't have one, don't know anything about it, but I swear I heard something about that in one of the things that if you start dragging you have to start dragging the times out. It means your screen's going because it's not bright enough or.
Yeah, this was the first print, but I had the problem with the
I was gonna say you just got that, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's got a bad screen in it.
Yeah, G-Tech, a lot of times Spring, she'll say, yeah. And then Sam, the apprentice, said, yeah, and now I just said it. So, see, I'm getting around people that are saying, yeah. I'm starting to repeat it. I used to know a guy years ago as a teenager. When I was a teenager, he'd always say, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I'm around him enough that I started saying it.
Yep, that's a 70s, 80s thing. Yeah, man.
We used to have a guy in our village, we used to call him F***ing Derek, because every other word was. And you can always tell when somebody had bumped into him in town, like, because they'd just instantly be like, every other word would be an F.
TK, can you put that link in private chat and I can click on it?
Yeah, it's funny because
I can click on it on YouTube. Never mind, I got it.
When I lived in Miami, we went to rented a house. Me and a friend of mine moved down there together. And we got a house and we rented out one of the bedrooms to one of the guys we worked with.
Oh, I'm already subscribed.
Him and his girlfriend. They were both from Australia, and everything with them was smashing. And then, to this day, I still say it all the time. Like, people will be like, hey, how are you doing today? And I'll be like, smashing. It's like one of them things I got a grip on and just haven't let go. I like smashing. I think it's the perfect description of my day. It was freaking smashing.
Yeah, backlight looks fine. When I tested them, I opened it up, and everything appeared to be fine. I'll have to keep messing with it, see what's going on.
I reckon it's support tips, Jerry.
The what?
It's your support tips. They're too small. It'll be because of your lift speed as well. I mean, if you slow your lift speed down when it peels off, you'll get less of a rip when it comes to the supports area when it gets to the tips. I have mine actually up very high on the mono.
Yeah, I've heard people talking about it. My wife is hollering about something. I don't know why. Just type it in chat. She usually don't. She yells from across the house, or she'll type it in chat.
Poor Betty Boop.
Yeah, Betty Boop, you haven't dropped in on a video. You're very
green. What screen? What's he fixing? Oh, getting my ugly ass off the freaking barge? Yeah, that's probably
screen. Yeah. I see. I said it again. I said, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody does that.
Yeah, sometimes I leave comments up too long, or I, get sidetracked and I'm not paying attention to what I'm looking at.
Nutrient.
But the live chi, when you're actually putting the supports, because you can brace them and it'll analyze all the supports and then join them together and stuff. But what it does is it'll actually say like you supported it all in thin supports. It will analyze it and then it will change the support to mediums and thicks where it thinks it's needed.
Yeah, they're all set to medium. Default profile with that printer in Cheetahbox, they're all set to medium. And the model I'm currently doing now was pre-sliced from Sanix, so I left it alone. The only thing I did is I noticed he hollowed them out, and on the body he didn't put any supports he didn't put any drain holes in the feet. Another guy, here we go.
Here you go, kid.
From overseas. Andrew, what's going on?
How's it going, everyone?
Whoa, bring that cup back up. I want to see the image on that cup because I think it's going to make me laugh. It is. It's a Hawk 3D cup.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I won it because I'm his mod in his Twitch stream, so I got mod of the month.
I haven't really watched him since he went to Twitch because I really don't like Twitch.
I don't like Twitch either.
No. He's more into cooking now than anything else. And
cool.
Frick is that thing?
And how much did that cost you?
Nothing. It's a present from my dad.
Nice.
It's a Strix GTX 1070 8 gig overclocked. So
what's he doing with his hand? Why is it not in the machine?
Is my main
because I've been modeling all day and I haven't been able to get enough time to replace it. Considering I'm building a new rig, the only problem is that he sent me RAM, so it is the Hyper Savage.
Nice.
And I was like, oh yeah, brilliant. That's 16 gigs worth. And then I looked at the back and it's DDR3, not DDR4. I'm like, no. I mean, they're selling for like 90 quid online, so I was like, well, could always sell it and just buy the RAM that I need, but it means the new
Where'd he
rig's
get it
kind
from?
of put on hold. Oh well, he does a lot of computing stuff, so he does models for like Flight Simulator and
So it wasn't like you went to a store and bought it where you could call up the store and say, hey, look, if I return this, can you deduct it?
no. He had it from his rig. I mean, he just spent I think $6,000 on his new rig. He's got like 3 wide panel monitors, a full like cockpit. He has built a full cockpit, so it's got the
yoke and
the force
yoke.
Yoke. He's got the actual power pulls. He's got everything for it. He's got the pedals. He's got a seat that an actual seat from a Cessna that sits there, and his cockpit is actually a cockpit. All the panels and pieces are from aircraft, so he sits there and games for hours and hours and hours and does all the proper stuff. But he does all the texture packs, so he builds maps for Flight Simulator and what's the other one? There's another flight sim, True Flight, or something like that.
They're all really boring. They need to have like missiles and rockets and guns and air.
Microsoft Flight Sim to play. It's the new one. It's just fun, just flying over everything.
Auto drop
for like 10 minutes. And then you're like, okay, that's boring. It's not real. It's not. I mean, it looks okay, but it doesn't look real.
It's just one of, but not every game needs to be death.
Yeah, you just play War Thunder if you want to fight aircraft.
Yeah, well, there you go.
You know,
and
there's also. Is it Tom?
I gotta like start gaming again now. I got this second thing. This thing should be able to game with no problem.
I mean, this can game, but it's old now. It's starting to show its age.
Spanking new.
Oh, I can't afford new. Me, everything's secondhand.
My brother got it for me. They spent a lot of money on it. Which I really don't think it's worth as much as they spent, but I'm okay with it because I didn't pay for it.
My 1080 Ti cost me like 900 and something bucks, and that was like 4 years ago.
Yeah. Well, that graphics card at the moment online is selling for £276 used, not new, used.
Some benchmarks on this thing and compared it against some of the older Apples, and it's clocking videos and graphics and gaming stuff right up there with like the Mac Pros and stuff, which again are equivalent to a gaming unit, but it's pretty damn good for a little itty bitty freaking box that's, you know, it's only this big.
On a Mac.
Andrew,
never
you look different.
No, I had a shower and then like sleeked my hair back, so it's all just pulled back. That's all it is. So it's kind of all flumpy at the moment. So I've had to kind of like push the headset on so it keeps it all down. And then I've changed the color contrast on the camera because for some strange reason my camera keeps doing this weird thing where it blows out like all the colors. Because I've got the God light, like I'll switch off the God light, it goes completely pitch black in here. Switch on the God light, and the camera seems to do this thing where it creates a really nice kind of effect behind me, but when it's actually on my face, it keeps pulling up the brightness so that it just looks like I'm dead because it just I look like
a zombie.
You just got a British suntan, mate.
Yeah, that's it.
For the last 3 hours, I had a lot of my UK friends on, but they all went to bed, and now the vampires are here that didn't go to bed.
Yeah, just crawled out.
Is that a ring light you're using?
Came on. I had Sam Prentice on.
No.
What kind of light is it?
It is. I made it. It's
because the thing would be
47K. I might burn out my CMOS in this if I keep doing this.
Yeah, no,
because it 4700K
is take some white 3D printer and stuff and like make a V.
Oh yeah, so that
it's shining the light out away from you, but anything direct is just a soft.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the camera lights.
Then it won't bleach you out like a dead zombie boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are my professional camera lights, so I can use these.
That's going to be even worse.
But the problem is trying to get the lighting on this to
Yeah.
to be right because it's directional.
You just
Right,
blew out your
focus.
camera.
Yeah, so it's
A ring
because
light
it's
the first time. This is the first stream I've actually used a ring light
There
my
we go.
son bought me. And normally I got
You
the
know,
great big giant
right now, you actually have normal coloring because it's focusing on that. So
Mhm.
it's kicking your white balance way down.
to see if I switch that off and switch this on.
Oh, that's even worse, though.
Because it's directional. It's not, if I have it so that it's kind of above, it's always directional. So
Yeah, but you know what? Shoot it on the wall right in front of you. In other words,
Yeah.
just do a 180 and shoot it on the wall and let it reflect off the wall.
yeah, it still doesn't make any difference because it still it's directional.
Yeah.
Because what it's meant to be is once these are on the tripods, because it's got the tripod mount, you have it so it's foreshadowing. So you have a bright light on the person, and then these take all the shadowing from behind it, and it gives you an even color.
Yeah.
I've got 6 of these. so-
You should literally take a piece of freaking paper and just make a V in front of your face with that light that you're using, and it'll get rid of that ghost effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, with that, that's going to, when I do because this side of the room is going to be my printer wall. At the moment, it's all on this side. But I'm going to tart all of that up, sell a few machines, clean it out, because I've got my vacuum degasser in the corner. I've got my little paint, like, turntable thing over here. So I want that to go over there, build a new work surface over at the back, and have it so I've got my filament and my printers and everything all over there, and then a big light over the top of it. So there is no place for shadows to come off. So it means that everything will be nicely lit and not have anything that just looks really off. I mean, I can change my settings in, obviously, the crappy Logi capture software, but it blows everything out. It just makes everything look really rough.
Yep, it does. Yeah. Just point
So-
it up or something. That is like you do look like a freaking zombie.
Well, I haven't slept properly, so, but I mean, like, if I change this, hold on. So turn
Speaking
that
of the
up a little bit.
vampire, where is Viking? The vampire. I keep calling him the vampire. He goes to bed when the sun comes up. Oh crap!
Okay, I've been going to bed at like 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning lately, and then I'm back up at like 7.
That's
That's
an early
what
night.
I've been doing, but the last couple of days I've been going to bed much earlier, and I'm glad because I'm getting up much earlier and feeling much better when I do. I mean, I get up at 5 no matter what, anyways.
Yeah, when I retired, I quit doing that. I quit setting my alarm, and I would get up at 6, 7, whatever, whenever.
You know, I've never needed an alarm. Never.
Yeah, I know a lot of people when they work, they said, "Well, I don't need an alarm. I just wake up." I'm thinking, yeah, but if you don't, you're going to, in construction, I don't know about you, but if you come in late, you're getting sent home. So
No, most everyone except for me and like 1 or 2 other people are always late, hungover, begging for their paycheck on Wednesday because they spend it all on Friday night.
Yeah, I used to hate when they'd send people home for being late. I'm thinking, wow, you just screwed the whole crew. We need everybody, and you're mad you want to send him home thinking he's going to be upset about it. He probably wanted the day off, and now we got to suffer all day and try to pick up the slack.
Yep. That's why a friend of mine, we used to call him Dave the Bonus Round. And they're like, bonus round? It's like, yeah, he'd show up late, probably 3 days a week, but when he was there, he worked. And he was good. I mean, he was a good carpenter. He was just an alcoholic freaking cokehead. But he was a good worker when he was there. The good thing is he would never come if he was like hungover or drunk or freaking still coking out. He wouldn't come to work, which is why I was only there 3 days a week.
Fair enough.
But it was like he show up and it was bonus round. He wasn't a regular employee. He was just a guy that showed up. And when the job got slow, he was the first one to get booted. Why am I going away? Because you never show up. We can't count on you. I will say he caught me when I got caught in the wind with plywood. I was up on a freaking 16, 18-foot ladder getting on the roof, putting plywood on the roof. The wind came up and I had the plywood over my head, and it literally kited me off the ladder. and I'm literally like
Nice.
hang gliding with a piece of
That
plywood.
Deadpool?
If you want to put it that way. And he literally tackled me so I wouldn't fall on the ground.
Cyclops. Here's a chest. Now, this was on a failed print. Part of the build plate, the print screwed up. And the only thing that happened to this was this is curved, and I have a crack down here, which is no big deal. So I'm going to cut part of that off. But the quality came out really nice.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I haven't got resin printers. That's the whole point of selling all the rest of these, I think, so I can get a resin.
Mono.
Yeah, Mono X.
About resin, I don't like the whole chemical and the cleaning and the.
It's easy once you get into it.
Not even the getting into it. It's the whole. I just don't have the space, and I don't like the smell, and I don't want to deal with the chemicals.
I've dealt with fiberglass for years. I've dealt with enamel paints. I've dealt with car paints. I've dealt with boat paints. I have dealt with pretty much every hazardous chemical spray paint you can think of, or chemical plastic that's going. I mean,
resin has a little bit of an odor, but most of them don't.
Yeah.
They've actually got really good with the odors.
That's why
with them
my
now.
lungs don't work anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I
did all that, including asbestos.
Yeah, I was starting to have lung problems from smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day most of my life. So I started vaping, and then I can taste, I can breathe fine. Everything went away. Of course, vaping isn't good for you, but it was 1,000 times better than cigarettes.
Yeah.
I can't vape anymore though. After having pneumonia, I can't have any wet oils in my lungs.
Yeah.
In the early 80s was asbestos sighting. We were one of the few people that would go do it. Did we take precautions? Not really.
Nah.
Should we have? Probably.
But that was the 80s.
Well,
yeah, there was no policy of health and safety coming out and kicking your ass if something was wrong.
There was.
Most important thing in
I
construction,
was actually licensed for asbestos.
other than gloves and safety glasses, would be earplugs, because you damage your ears, you have a bad ringing that'll never go away. My brother can barely hear because of ringing in his ears that can't be fixed.
Yep. Yeah. Sure you can. Just put a screwdriver in there. It'll stop ringing.
I mean, I've had arc-eye as well. That was unpleasant.
I think it burns, doesn't it? Your eye burns?
Yeah, it's arc-eye is when someone's doing welding, because it's plasma.
With my eyes.
Yeah.
You had little spots in your eyes still.
Yep, and I had
float around. I got those.
Had metal shavings in my eyes as well when someone decided to fire up a couple of angle grinders right next to me.
Hey, Andrew, I can beat you. I had this eye ripped out.
Me too.
I was cutting some steel in the driveway with a peanut grinder, and like a dumbass, my Jeep was about 4 or 5 feet away, and I hit sparks on my side glass, and it burned into it.
Ouch.
Sparks on glass isn't good. It'll burn right into it.
Any of you guys got them big compressors?
No, I've got the ones that is about that big.
I don't have them anymore.
You know, like the ones you have in your garage for putting your tires up and that, and you know, for the big air brushes and stuff. I've seen a lot of videos at the moment of them things exploding.
Yeah.
Because
well,
not draining.
You have to put it in a room.
My mate's a professional undersea diver welder. So he does all the equipment for divers. He does all of the ROV repairs and stuff. And they had oxygen and acetylene. Now, with regulations, you're not meant to have them anywhere near each other. They have this big, massive tank, and it was the only place they could put it in the workshop because it had to be bolted into the ground and cemented in and have a brick wall put like semi-round it. The problem was that the acetylene was the tank that was next to it, but they were cleared to use it. And one day he was saying one of the guys had obviously taken in one of the vehicles because he was doing work on the vehicle, and he had hit the actual valve with that. They have this big tube that comes off and then it goes into like a split off valve that then goes into the pipes that then go up the wall and all the rest of it. But he came in, hit it, and it had pierced obviously the main valve and ripped it off. So that was acetylene pouring into the room. Not only that, the oxygen had already been known to have a slight leak because oxygen tanks generally do have leaks.
Wow.
So there was oxyacetylene going along, and there's a guy with a brazing torch cutting through steel, plate steel, across the way. And he turned around, he goes, literally, he had two things running through his head. One, I'm going to be vaporized within seconds and this entire place is going to go up. Two, I run over and pull off the master valve. What is a valve? That you have to constantly keep twisting to shut everything off. But the likelihood of getting him over there and stopping it before it all went up was very unlikely. So he ran over and switched it off. And everyone evacuated after he had said, oxyacetylene leak. And the guy literally switched off the torch and put it down, and they all walked out. And as they did that, the vapor hit the sparks that was still on the hot metal, and they did have a blowback, but it was nowhere as bad as what it would have been if, he hadn't shut off that valve. And he goes, that's the only time in his life he has ever thought he was definitely going to die. And I was like, whoa, okay, well, be a bit more safe with that stuff. And he goes, no, you kind of get used to it when you're in a workshop. Like, they've had people who've put too much oxygen through a hose, and the hose is fired off, and the bushing, not the bushings, the valve that protects it on the inside, the blow-off valves, because they're old equipment, fired out of it and shot holes through the roof of the ceilings. And, it's like, once you get into a workshop, everything goes.
It's kind of like an instant death, at least. We were doing siding. We weren't, but he was. We were working on a big, hotel, from, I don't know, 1700s or something. We were doing inside work, but I was going out to the truck, and they were siding it with aluminum siding. This was back in the 70s, early 80s, when we still did aluminum siding. And he leaned out a little too far and started slipping off his ladder, reached out to stabilize himself, and grabbed the power line going into the building. Instant frickin' bacon. That guy, I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
Well, it's been a little. I need to call the stream.
The Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote cartoons really aren't that far off of what happens.
Yeah, I got lots of stuff I need to get done tonight. An Astro printer should be firing up right now, so everybody that's here or watching, please jump over to Astro Printer stream. And I forget who his guest is tonight. But thank you, everybody, for coming in. 4 hours. I'll be back in 3 or 4 days, and we'll do it again. Thank you very much.
See you later, everyone.
Seizures.
Take care. Take care, TK. Yeah, that's been a lot of fun, guys. I really appreciate everybody that's been watching. Those that have donated to me, Loyal Moses, and I'm forgetting his name. I posted on the screen a little bit ago. But yeah, I thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. Everybody have a wonderful night. And let me figure out where my screen is here to stop everything. Oh, that's where it's at. Anyway, yeah, please like, subscribe, share the live stream. I'd appreciate it. I think Sam Prentice is going to be on soon as one of my special guests. So, if you want some cool discounts, they're down below. There's all kinds of ways you can support the channel or get some great discounts to yourself. If you go to ZYLTECH here in Texas, I'm in Vegas, and you use the code 3DHP at checkout, you'll get 15% off your total order other than special fulfillment packs. So everybody have a great night and happy printing.